guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Supreme Court is permitting the Trump administration to resume layoffs at the Department of Education.
U.S. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon is pleased at Monday's ruling.
This is a real victory, I think, for the future of American education.
McMahon said not being able to fire department personnel was a roadblock to the White House goal of returning education back to the states and out of the hands of the federal government. The court ruled 6-3 to lift a judge's order that reinstated employees let go in mass layoffs. I'm Brian Shook.
Border Czar Tom Homan is speaking out after a federal judge ordered a halt to immigration raids in L.A.
Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Homan said the judge is overstepping their authority.
I don't think any federal judge can dictate immigration policy. That's a matter for Congress and for the president, and I know the Department of Justice is going to litigate this. We want to take it to the appeals court.
The order bars agents from relying on race, language spoken, type of work, or location when detaining suspects. Attorneys with Public Counsel and the ACLU argued that recent ICE operations in the Los Angeles area amounted to racial profiling. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A Virginia military installation is returning to its original name after several years being called Fort Gregg Adams.
Officials unveiled a new sign on Friday that renames the facility as Fort Lee. The change was ordered by President Trump earlier this year. The fort is no longer named for former Confederate General Robert E. Lee, but instead honors Private Fitz Lee, a black soldier from Dinwiddie County. Lee received a Medal of Honor while serving as a Buffalo Soldier in the Spanish-American War. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Wall Street closed slightly higher today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 88 points. The S&P 500 added 8 points. The Nasdaq rose 54 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was in Sarasota this morning to take a victory lap over everything in which he says Florida is ranked number one. He says there's now another area where the state is tops in the nation, religious liberty. The governor says Florida has been ranked number one by the Texas-based First Liberty Institute, a nonprofit law firm that litigates First Amendment cases.
This is a comprehensive, peer-reviewed comparison of how all 50 states protect religious liberty through public law.
The governor says religion is central to the Florida way of life and has been under assault over the last decade. New Jersey real estate investor and social media influencer Cesar Pena is pleading not guilty in an alleged Ponzi scheme.
Cesar Pena was arraigned Monday in federal court in Newark. Pena, who's known on social media as Flippin' NJ, is charged with fraud, money laundering, and bribery. He built a following based on flipping houses in New Jersey that he promised would bring a 30% return. Prosecutors say Pena ripped off dozens of investors who lost millions of dollars in what they say was nothing but a Ponzi scheme. Pena has been released on $1 million bail. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.15. Mono County, California is up to $5.82, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.54. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
All right, without further ado, bada boom, bada bing, here we go, and we're ready for a brand new day. Well, ready or not, here it is. Look at there, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. Made it through the rough part. The greatest day of the week. We'll close it out from time zone to time zone. Roll into the 15th day of July. Yes, already. So here we go. Hope your week's off to a good start. I know for many drivers, driving the overnight hours, just getting the week started here on a Monday night, rolling down the highway. You may be rolling a little bit slower along the eastern seaboard. We've had torrential rains pushing through the region through the evening hours. Matter of fact, flood warnings just expiring in much of New York City, where they dealt with severe flash flooding across the tri-state area. Yeah, major subway delays, road closures across the Big Apple, and actually pushed New Jersey to declare a state of emergency. All 5 boroughs and Nassau County were under flash flood warnings until the midnight hour about 8 minutes ago. Obviously, flooding can be deadly and often strikes with little or no warning. Streets, basements, below grade spaces filling with water within minutes. People that live in basement areas or low-lying areas had been ordered to move to higher ground. Westchester County was placed under the same alert until 12:15 a.m., so just a few minutes left on that. After the southbound lanes of the Taconic State and Sawmill River Parkway saw some severe flooding there. The number 1, 2, and 3 trains were all suspended in Manhattan, while the MTA addressed flooding across several stations. Inside the 23rd Street station, water appeared to be bursting out of a gate in the floor as it was flooded. The area near the turnstiles, video being shared on social media. Water spilling under the doors onto the subway itself as riders took refuge on the seats. Another inundated subway station featured a similar scene, surging brown water shooting out from the floor, pouring across the platform. Stranding passengers inside the car. The Forest Mills-bound M and R trains also operating under severe delays as multiple stations reportedly flooded in the Queens. Stairwells in the underground subways turned into waterfalls, floodwater gushing through stations. Video shared via social media. The Franklin D. Roosevelt East River Drive in Manhattan. Inches of water reaching up to cars' tires shortly after 7 p.m., the top of the tires. The Big Apple under a flash flood warning till the midnight hour. Drivers on the FDR had to carefully maneuver through the water, inching down the road at maybe 2 miles per hour. People actively driving against the current until they reached a point where the road was actually visible again. In New Jersey, Governor Murphy declared a state of emergency, advised everyone to stay indoors, avoid unnecessary travel this past evening. Throughout the northern parts of the Garden State, cars, even emergency vehicles in towns like Somerville and Plainsville were overwhelmed, some partially overturned. All right. According to NBC Connecticut, Connecticut was slammed back in late August by the worst flood they'd seen in 2 centuries. So in Franklin County, the flood warning will be expiring here momentarily. But as I look at the radar scene, the heavy rains are now east of New York City there. So still some heavy rains along the coastal areas up and down the coast from North Carolina, eastern portions of Virginia. Still a lot of rain there in Delaware. So there you go. Kick things off. What a way. Round the country, it's 844-844-3388. Meanwhile, it was yet another day of torrential rains impacting and hampering some of the search efforts there in parts of central Texas. That unrelenting wet pattern with nearly stationary tropical downpours will be coming to an end soon. However, residents and crews could be instead now faced with a bout of heat. The Texas Hill Country, center of the catastrophic flooding, while drenching rainfall triggering flash and river flooding. Even after the deadly flooding from July 4, we have seen more flood warnings prompting evacuations Sunday with river rises once again. Drenching rain and flash flooding continued through Monday evening. Several inches of rain falling in central Texas, prompting flash flood watches from the National Weather Service. But a change in the pattern looks to finally be bringing some relief to the Hill Country. An area of high pressure that's been centered over the Gulf is going to slowly move westward this week. Doing so, the tropical moisture that's been streaming into central Texas will shift away from that region, bringing some drier conditions, at least to the center of the state. It looks like we will see a final push of maybe rain and thunderstorms across the Hill Country of central Texas, especially the northern and western portions of the area, later this afternoon. That would be Tuesday afternoon, before it finally dries out during the middle of the week. Drier weather settling into central Texas on Wednesday should stick around through the end of the week. That brings several days of mostly rain-free weather for rescue and recovery efforts there. Now, during this time, portions of western Texas and parts of New Mexico instead will be more likely to see those repeated thunderstorms, especially in the afternoon and evening hours. Now, that includes Ruidoso, New Mexico, that was hit by heavy rain and flash flooding just last week. Maybe back under the gun. The drier conditions moving into central Texas will come at a cost, with more sunshine and high temperatures rising, especially for the second half of the week here, while temperatures Wednesday in cities like Austin and San Antonio are expected to sail into the upper 90s for the first time this month. Temperatures will climb into the lower 90s across the Hill Country. Now, you combine the humidity, and the strong summer sunshine, it's going to feel near 100 in the hardest hit flood zones and could reach 110 degrees. That's the heat index there in eastern portions of Texas. The long-range experts say wet weather likely returns to central Texas by the end of the month. So residents and crews working in the region need to remain weather aware, as they say, in the coming weeks, as that risk for flash flooding will continue in those areas. All right, hello to Philly Dan. There you go. Welcome aboard. Hello, Steve. Happy Tariff Tuesday. Speaking of tariff, we've got some updates. So what's going on the tariff front? Marianne in the house. There's Josh. Good morning. Good afternoon, says Larry. Hammer down and be safe. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. The overnight drive is hammer down. 75 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. It's clear tonight. So, Trump's big announcement. 100% tariffs on Russia in 50 days if the war's not brought to an end. Billions of dollars worth of munitions being furnished to be used against Russia in the meantime. I have a feeling the globalists are loving this. Time will tell, well, if we're here to see it. Just saying. With that said, though, time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Tune them frequency waves to the overnight drive. The official big word from Trump. He's really trying to push Putin into a ceasefire, an end to this war with Ukraine. Some of the experts are actually saying that the threat of that sort of tariff, putting a stranglehold on their finances, may very well be enough to bring Putin to the table. More on that coming up here. Well, hello to Tank. Morning, Steve. Happy Tuesday. Kind of windy, 80 degrees here, Holbrook, Arizona. Headed down to Banning, California. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Country Bumpkin checking in. All stocked up with Hot Shot Secret products. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. There's our Mile High City, Brett. Good morning from the Mile High City, 77 degrees with partly cloudy skies. Hope everyone had a great favorite day of the week and have a good start to your Tuesday. Thanks again to all the first responders and the 24/7 workers helping to keep this crazy world turning. Now, sit back, relax, enjoy some awesome live overnight radio with Mr. Summers. I-95 southbound. All right, Shorty checking in. Brunswick, Georgia, 77 degrees. This is my only Orlando turnaround this week because Saturday is cruise time. I'm not liking the tropical disturbances off of Cape Canaveral. Yeah, I see your concern. We're several days away. This is the latest that we have a tropical rainstorm, also designated as Invest 93L by the National Hurricane Center, formed on the Atlantic coast of Florida this past afternoon, already bringing some tropical rainfall across central and southern Florida. Heavy downpours are expected to continue across much of Florida through Tuesday night. Now, thunderstorms infused with tropical moisture could produce more than 4 inches of rain. If you're at the beaches in Florida, you're going to experience rough surf and strong rip currents into Wednesday. Flooding will be the greatest concern in low-lying, poor drainage, and urban locations across central Florida into midweek as the tropical rainstorm racks across the state. The drenching rain, although bringing the risk of flooding, should help lessen the ongoing drought conditions across much of the state. More than half of Florida is categorized as abnormally dry, and 16% of the state, mostly in southern Florida, is actually in moderate drought at this point in time. Now, after moving across Florida, the tropical rainstorm will emerge over the waters of the Gulf, continue to move west and northwest. The exact track and organization of the tropical rainstorm in the coming days will ultimately determine how widespread the heavy tropical rain will be. A more organized tropical system would bring a larger swath of heavy rain and a more widespread flooding risk. Experts are currently forecasting a tropical depression to make landfall in southeastern Louisiana Thursday morning, local time there. Should the storm speed up, it would quickly push the tropical rain across the central Gulf Coast. Meanwhile, a stalling storm over the Gulf or Louisiana could lead to more widespread heavy rain and flooding. The track of the rainstorm is going to be a deciding factor there. The further south the rainstorm's able to travel over Florida, the more time it's going to have over the Gulf to possibly strengthen before landfall. It's not out of the question in this scenario the system would have enough time to become a tropical storm. If indeed the next name on the Atlantic Basin list is Dexter. Other potential impacts for the central Gulf Coast. Rain forecast the rainstorm to strengthen, if it does, into a tropical depression before making landfall in Louisiana Thursday morning. Whether or not a tropical rainstorm strengthens to a tropical storm, you're still going to see some heavy rain and the risk of flooding. Could see some storm surge, 1 to 3 feet for eastern Louisiana, including Lake Pontchartrain and coastal areas of Mississippi. This is all going to be watched over the coming days. So, Shorty, as far as your concerns, I guess as far as driving truck tonight and whatnot, you may deal with some of those storms, but the heavy rains, but things that across the state be way out of your way, and all the way up toward the Gulf Coast. And hopefully you'll have smooth sailing as you look to head out come Saturday cruise time. All right. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, hello to Gilligan. Getting the week started here, right? Good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Cloudy, warm, but dry for now. Atop Christiansburg Mountain, Virginia. All right, keep it shiny side up there, Gilligan. The milkman headed to the Show Me State to move some milk. Good morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Snuffy and Granny say hey from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Good morning. There's the Iron Duck roll call. Truckers headed to Syracuse, New York. Right now, 76 degrees. Keep the rubber side down. There's Rubber Duck, camped out maybe 8 miles from the house. You gotta get up early, and no way I'd honestly leave home before 9. It's Mishawaka to Chicago. To Mishawaka. It's Groundhog Day again for the 40th anniversary sale of our great customer, the Greater Mishawaka Auto Auction. To which he says, thank you for letting us be your carrier. All right, what's up, people? There's Michael. Good to have you on board. Norman checking in from North Central Kansas, 78 with clear skies. We're loaded, headed for Wichita. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 80 degrees. It was a hot one this past day. I was able to get everything gathered up from a trip. We're loaded most of the way. I started to let it run a little while as I updated my e-logs. I think I'm going to take my clubs along and maybe be able to play around near Aurora after I get there from Milwaukee. I'll have to lay over a couple days before I deliver anyway. Got a friend that lives in Colorado Springs. I'm hoping to see him. So everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. Yeah, he always likes to throw the clubs in the truck just in case. You know, you might be able to sneak 9 or 18 holes in. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Yeah, Buckeye Boy said, hey, one more thing. The nice thing is that Ukraine is going to be paying for the weapons. no more charity from the USA. I believe the deal is going to send the munitions to NATO. NATO's going to be purchasing the weapons. Then they will either, that is correct there, Buckeye Boy. NATO will they'll have the option to give them to Ukraine, or they can try to make a deal and sell them to Ukraine. But NATO is going to be purchasing the weapons from the USA. That certainly could ruffle Putin's feathers, as he says. Hello, sunshine. Good morning, Steve. Got some pavement work going on I-71 South between Route 72 and State Route 68. Left lane is closed, so obviously that means things stack up, pack and stack a little bit. Slow down, pay attention. Too tall. Good morning, Steve. The Overnight Drive family, 76 degrees, Charleston, South Carolina tonight. Everyone, have a safe, blessed night. There's Uncle Chops. Good morning, Steve. The Overnight Drive crew and listeners. I forgot the weekend was over. This retirement business is rough. Just can't get a day off. Okay, rub it in there, Uncle Chops. Horse Feather is going to be checking in momentarily. First, we get a news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Supreme Court is permitting the Trump administration to resume layoffs at the Department of Education.
U.S. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon is pleased at Monday's ruling.
This is a real victory, I think, for the future of American education.
McMahon said not being able to fire department personnel was a roadblock to the White House goal of returning education back to the states and out of the hands of the federal government. The court ruled 6-3 to lift a judge's order that reinstated employees let go in mass layoffs. I'm Brian Shook.
Wall Street closed slightly higher today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 88 points. The S&P 500 added 8 points. The Nasdaq rose 54 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, see what's going on with, well, it says, hey, Mike. It ain't hump day.
Hey, Mike. What day is it?
Last I checked, it's Tuesday.
Yeah, it's hump day for me because I got Friday off.
Ah, okay. Well,
so, we gotta go up to New York for the weekend there, so we're leaving out Friday and probably won't be back until Monday, Tuesday, something like that. So anyways, so we got a shorter week going on here this week. So,
are you singing in the rain tonight? Did you get that wall of water come through? No,
I watched it go by. I didn't go out and play in that. That was pretty ugly looking. I don't know if I got stuff to try to send you. I don't know if you can open it or not because I don't know if you got to be friends with it or not. You know what I mean? But you know how Facebook is. Sometimes it doesn't let you. But there's a site called Making the Hits Emergency Media Service, and they got pictures of all over Central PA of water, deeper water, more deeper water, and it was pretty much like a tidal wave come across there. I was watching the radar. It started out green, yellow, red, purple. It pretty much had all the colors of the rainbow in there, and it was pretty impressive and lasted a couple hours and pretty much just kept moving on to the east. So by about 8 o'clock at night, everything that was in Central PA from north of Harrisburg, south of Harrisburg to the Maryland line and down through Maryland towards Virginia was probably by 8 o'clock was all out on the eastern shore, pushing up into Jersey and everything. So, as I say, it probably cleared out there, around up in New York City, probably somewhere between 10 and 11, but they still had the residual water, for the flooding going on until at least midnight or so probably, and might even still be going on now. But so anything low lying anywhere like that, you can still find some deeper water and be careful. Again, shoulders of roads. I mean, as the water levels up, so ground soft on the edges of roads. I pretty much being upstate New York, and especially springtime driving and stuff like that, and all through winter. I pretty much learned to drive. You drive to the center of the road. You don't ever drive to the side. And so you get down here and people are like, "How come you're so far out in the middle of the road?" And it's like, well, because the middle of the road is actually really my right lane, because you people don't have shoulders down here. You get over here in Maryland and the sides of the roads, when they get ready, if they paint a white line, they pretty much paint the white line on the lawns next to the road.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's how much shoulder you have. So, and I don't drive the edge of the road, especially with what I got behind me, because as the picture you saw the other night there,
not
it
good.
Don't take much to have one of these, not have one of these when it decides to hit a soft spot or a low spot, decide to go all cattywampus and end up in a position it ain't supposed to be in. So anyways, that's kind of where that's at. As I say, I sent you that thing for Facebook. I don't know if you can open it or not in the email to see that making the hits. But anyways, so other than that, yeah, that's the big story there. I guess really news-wise, the big story is, I believe it's Fall River, Massachusetts up there. They had an assisted living that had a fire, and I guess there was 9 fatalities with that. So, just it's hard to get, the elderly people out of some of these structures, and depending on how they're designed and location and, access and everything that's going on before the fire department arrives and what they can do. But yeah, not a good situation up there from over the weekend, I guess. So, anyways, other than that, that's about all we really got going. As I say, other than this is going to be a little bit shorter week for me. It's not something I want to have to go do, but it's one of them things that's got to be done. So, we can talk a little bit more about that over, I don't know, maybe later this week. We'll see if we get around to it, and if not, we'll bring everybody up to date next week, what all goes on there. So, but other than that, that's about what we got going for you. So I guess we'll make the space for the. Go ahead.
I was looking at the video. Mount Joy is where is that? Like central or eastern PA? Where is that?
Mount Joy is southeast of Harrisburg, just a little bit northwest of Lancaster.
Okay.
Actually, the guy that I work for actually lives in Mount Joy. So, but in the last couple of storms, their town's pretty much been underwater there with the amount of water that has come down.
And
the number happened again.
The number of people that are actually daring to drive through. I mean, don't people pay attention that it only takes a foot of water to wash you off the road?
Every storm, you'll see it. Every storm in every place. I mean, Ellicott City that had the major flooding here back a few years ago, and then there was another time a few years before that where pretty much Ellicott City is a mill town on southwest of Baltimore, and it's a pretty steep incline from the top of the town down through town, and there's a stream that runs alongside the town, which was the reason for the mill. And but they got done paving over the main street, and all the water decided it was easier to go down the main street than it was to go down the stream.
Mm-hmm.
So it filled the streams and ran over the banks and ran down the main street and pretty much tried to wash buildings away. But even in those places where there's been catastrophic flooding and the people have been there for it, they still go out and venture through the water. They go to the ocean, they swim in the ocean.
Yeah,
How
right.
bad can the water be?
Okay.
I don't know. You know what? I don't know. You can't fix stupid, Your Honor. So until all the Darwin Awards are handed out, I guess we'll just continue to watch on Facebook and YouTube and
Do it
the
again.
nightly news and do it all over again and cause emergency service people to have to go out there and risk their lives to try to save dumbasses. But anyways, I don't know. Throw them one of them life rings filled with concrete. See how that works.
Yeah.
Did I say that? No, I didn't. Throw it to him with a rope.
You have any idea who's on board with this tonight? He's not on hold, but I know he's out there.
Well, I don't know.
What's up, Doc? Doc Holliday.
Really?
Yeah?
Is he watching? Is he watching?
He chimed
Or is
in.
he on
He's on Facebook.
Okay.
He chimed in. He says,
All
I've been home a couple weeks riding my motorcycle. Won my poker tournament in Cherokee, North Carolina the other night. And I said, damn it, Doc. I gave him the phone number. I want a full report. Dial us up, Doc. You may very well be the smartest man in the world.
Possibly could be the smartest man in the world. We'll see if he can actually dial the phone number. We'll find out if he is or not.
There
Then, right?
you go. That is correct.
All right, then, Your Honor. With all that nonsense, we'll let you go with that, and I'm going to finish unloading my trailer here.
All right. Have a good morning. That's like the official bat signal for Doc. People have been asking about you. Whatever happened to Doc Holliday? Yeah, Big Ed was asking about you. And I was kind of curious about your poker tournament there. I did see that you had kind of shared that you had entered a $250 buy-in tournament. If that's the one you won, what kind of payout accommodates a $250 buy-in tournament? All right, maybe we'll find out. All right, emergency conditions in Arizona and New Mexico are ongoing due to wildfires and flooding. We know fires near the Grand Canyon have now burned nearly 50,000 acres as of Monday. It's nearly doubled in size. Several structures, including the historic Grand Canyon Lodge, as well as a water treatment facility, have been destroyed. Concerns about the water treatment facility is chlorine. The chlorine burned in that, and that gas is heavier than air, settles into the canyon. Arizona Fire Management said the Dragon Bravo fire and the White Sage fire are 0% contained as of the last report. State officials have requested an independent investigation into the government's response to these fires, according to the Arizona Republic. DOT had closed State Highway 89A in both directions between Fredonia and Jacob Lake due to the White Sage fire. At report time, there was no estimated time for reopening. In New Mexico, of course, the heavy rainfall resulted in the Rio Ruidoso reaching a height of more than 20 feet several days ago. Hundreds of homes in Lincoln County, New Mexico, damaged. More rain is in the forecast through the end of this week. There is a flood watch that remains in effect for central New Mexico through Monday evening. Motor carriers in New Mexico providing any direct transportation and support in Ruidoso and Lincoln County have been granted temporary relief from the hours of service requirements, and that waiver is in place through July 31st, they tell us. All right, could be, very well, maybe the smartest man in the world. How the hell are you, Doc?
Well, I've been known to be called the smartest man in the world. I could be, but I'm not saying that I am, but I could be. After winning that poker tournament the other night, I may very well be. It was a big tournament, and I come out of there with a first place, a lot of cash.
Okay. Was that the $250?
Huh?
Was that the $250
yes,
buy-in?
$250 buy-in, right?
Yeah.
And I went all the way to the top.
Wow.
I even got in the tournament late. And I got in there late, but it worked out okay.
How
Worked out
about
pretty good. I
that?
rode my motorcycle up there and up in the mountains and had a pretty good trip. Rode over to the motorcycle museum there in Maggie Valley after that, and just rode around up in the mountains and rode up to Helen, Georgia today and went tubing up there on the river and had a good time.
Now, if I continue to see, I see videos and posts. You're riding your bike here, you're riding your bike there. Are you driving a truck, or are you semi-retired, or what?
No, I'm still driving. I started drawing my Social Security though about 3 months ago, But no, I'm still driving the truck too. I'm leaving back out Wednesday.
Okay.
I'm just not driving as much as I've been driving. I'm kind of taking it a little easy, but you know how that's on the news. Social Security is hard to get and all that. It wasn't no problem at all to get it. I called them up and they make an appointment for you to call you back. And well, the first appointment they canceled it and had to call me back a month later. And I told them, I said, well, I'm losing all this money. They says, no, you're not. We'll back pay you from the day you're eligible. So when I finally made my final phone call and got all that straightened out, then I had to go down to the Social Security office and show them a physical ID, which was no big deal. I walked in, was in and out of there in about 15 minutes. Wasn't no big long line or nothing like they're saying. Wasn't lined up out the damn door or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And showed them my ID, and then my first check, they back paid me for, they said, you was eligible to draw this 5 months ago. Would you like 5 months back pay? Or we can pay you, I think it would have come out $100 more a month if I wanted to start drawing it then, but it would take 12 years for the back pay to catch up.
Yep.
So I says, no, I'll take the back pay. So they sent me a big, large check for my back pay for the 5 months. And then every second Wednesday of every month, they've been putting my check right in the bank. So Social Security ain't nothing like these left-wing media Democrats are trying to make out like it is. It's not hard to get or nothing. If you're eligible for it, you can get it.
How about that?
And it's a pretty simple process to go through. It ain't nothing hard like they said. And you pretty much do it all over the phone, or you can do it online. A friend of mine, he did all his online. Didn't even have to go down there at all. So it ain't nothing like they say. But no, I bought that motorcycle, man. I'll tell you what, I love it. It's got the big F6 engine in it. It's geared for 131 mile an hour, but I don't run it that fast. I've had it up to 105 one time, about as fast as I got it.
Okay, that to me that's scary. That's too. I mean, 100 miles an hour on four wheels for me is kind of scary. On two wheels, I couldn't imagine. But so did you get rid of the boat last year? You were spending all your time on the lake.
No, I don't have the boat no more. Yeah, I got rid of the boat. And started the motorcycle deal. I'm probably going to actually work a few more, and I'm just going to hang it all up. I'm going to got everything ready to go, and I'm going to stack the motorcycle up with my, you know how you see them with these luggage things on the back all stacked up and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to stack it up and travel. I'm going to ride out like in the wintertime, like, you know, down to South Florida, ride out to Arizona or something in the winter, and during the summertime, I'm going to ride up to Montana and Idaho, you know, places like that. I may even ride up to Alaska on it. Wow. I got a friend of mine, he lives in Alaska, and I may ride up to Alaska on it one day.
How about that?
Just been out kind of enjoying life, you know?
Yeah,
I'm looking at maybe buying one of them new Indian motorcycles. Indian has a real nice bike out now. It's called the Indian Pursuit, and they got an Indian Roadmaster out too. And man, those are some nice motorcycles. They run about $36,000 to it, but you know it is what it is. Or I'm looking at a Honda Goldwing too. I can't make up my mind if I get a new one which one I want to get, but right what I got is just fine for what I do.
When you first made that post about you had just got the bike, did you see where I shared with you ride it up to Louisville and let what was that? Was it something cowboy that got on your damn bike and dropped it there in the lobby? Remember that?
Oh yeah, when I had that Harley, I rode it up to the truck show that year, and Airport Cowboy got on it and laid it over there right in front of your thing.
Right. Yeah, big dummy.
And then when Bubba Bo was doing the show, I rode it up on the stage. Remember, he had that flatbed out there, and they had a ramp on it, and I drove it up on the flatbed there.
Yep.
When he was doing that show, yeah, it was my Harley. I loved my Harley. I still like a Harley. I may even go with a Harley. I don't know, but right now, this one here is fine for what I need. But if I do, you know, like go to Alaska and stuff like that, I'd rather have, you know, a newer model or something like that to go that far on. But I've been playing poker tournaments here and there. I've been doing pretty good in the tournaments. That's the first one I got first place in. But the last two or three I've played in, I've been, you know, placing in the money because, you know, they pay. Depends on how many people's in it. I had a friend of mine. He just played the World Series in Vegas, and he finished 322nd place, but it paid $45,000 for 322nd place.
Wow.
But he did pay $10,000 to get in it, though.
$10,000 to get in. Okay.
Yeah, but he still come out, 35,000 ahead, so it still wasn't a bad week.
That ain't too shabby. Yeah, you can spend a week and have a good time in Vegas and then have some left. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm going to do one year. I may even do it next year, ride out to Vegas and get in the World Series. You know, that's been my dream anyway, to play in the World Series.
You've been talking about it for 20 years, Doc.
Yeah, I remember when, when Sugar Bear was living, he was going to sponsor me, but, he passed away here a while back. And, Hollywood, I guess he passed away a few months ago.
I saw that, yes. Yeah.
I talked to Judy. I didn't even know he was sick. She said, Doc, hardly nobody did. He didn't hardly tell nobody he was sick. But, she called me up one day and told me he had passed. And, I think you did some kind of tribute to him on the show. I wasn't up that night, but I was going to stay up that night and call you and never did. So, but yeah, sure hate to lose on Hollywood. But
yep.
A lot of the guys way back when the truck shows, a lot of them are gone. There's a few of them still around. I guess Monkey Gouge retired too, didn't he?
Yeah, about a week ago. He's about 1 week into official retirement now. Yes, and I expect to hear from him on occasion. I mean, you can't just disappear and never check in again.
I may have to jump on a bike and ride down there to South Carolina and see him down there. It ain't that far away. I may have to ride down there one day and see him when I'm home next time or something. But, yeah, I'm taking more time off, though. Like I say, I'll leave out next Wednesday, and then I'll see. This is July. I'll probably come back home, September, and take a couple more weeks off or something, I just ain't staying. I was staying gone, 4 or 5 months at a time on the road. But I'm through with all that. It's time to take it easy and relax a bit now.
As they say, you've paid your dues, Doc. You've done your time. So now, enjoy what's left of life, right? Every day's another shorter day. Next April, I'll make 50 years on the road, Steve.
Wow. 50 years on the road. Next April. Yeah, I'll be officially driving with a it started out with a chauffeur's license back when I was, 18. It wasn't a CDL. CDL, I think, didn't come out till like 92 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I officially had my license to drive a big truck 50 years ago come April. So, 50 years over the road. So it's time to relax a little bit and enjoy life.
That's a lot of miles, Doc.
But we run out of Winchester, Kentucky up to Massachusetts is what my dedicated run is. So I go through Cincinnati all the time. I get time, I may give you a holler and stop by and see you or something.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yep, I might give you a holler there. I've lost your phone number. I used to have your phone number at home, but I've lost it. So if you figure, maybe you can PM it to me on Facebook or something, I'll get hold to you.
All right, because I'm not sure if I've got your number in my phone either. I've got Big Ed and I got the Monkey Gouger, but...
Well, you got me on Facebook. You can do that personal message thing.
Yep. Okay.
I can get it that way.
Yep. Very good.
On that messenger deal. But anyway, I'll let you go. I know you got people waiting. And I want to say one thing about your Hot Shot Secret, though. I got my company using it, and we're using it in every one of our trucks for our fuel additive and using it on a regular basis. And now we switched to the everyday diesel treat. And we're using it all the time, and it's improved our fuel mileage on our trucks. Some of them, from a half to 3/4 of a mile to the gallon using that Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treat. So that stuff does work. So I can say that too. But my company, I've talked them into using it, and they've got with Hot Shot Secret, buying it from them and everything. So it works out good.
I thank you so much, Doc. We appreciate your support there, and I'll have to... Yeah, you need a special accolade for getting the whole company on board there, Doc.
Yep, I got the whole company on board with it, so it's pretty good. I mean, the guy, he depends on my, expertise on what little bit I do have in trucking, but, I talked to him about it, and he's really impressed with the mileage that it's doing. So,
All right, well.
All right, Steve. We'll holler at you later. Good to talk to you.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, it's been, November of 2023, according to the screen. That was the last time he had picked up the phone and dialed that number. That's a long time, Doc. So we just heard from what some say could be, very well, maybe the smartest man in the world. He convinced me when he explained, what do you do if you have an itch? You scratch it. All right, we're rolling up toward news break here. President posting here this past day. The Supreme Court has handed a major victory to parents and students across the country, declaring the Trump administration may proceed on returning the functions of the Department of Education back to the states. Now, with this great Supreme Court decision, our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, may begin this very important process. The federal government's been running our education system into the ground. We are going to turn it around, giving power back to the people.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump will be placing a 100% tariff on Russia if there is no peace deal soon in Ukraine.
We're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days.
While meeting with the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, Trump also announced a new deal to sell off top-of-the-line weaponry to NATO, including defensive Patriot missiles intended for distribution in Ukraine. Trump has been blaming both sides for the continued war in Ukraine, but lately he's been putting most of the blame on Russian President Vladimir Putin, adding he thought he had a deal in place about 4 times now. President Trump is confident in Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino despite recent internal fighting over the handling of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein. Trump was asked yesterday if Bongino was still in his position.
I spoke to him today, Dan Bongino, and he sounded terrific, actually. No, I think he's in good shape.
On Friday, multiple news outlets reported Bongino was debating whether to resign. The Department of Justice and FBI issued a joint memo last week looking to counter claims about Epstein long promoted by conservative media figures, including Bongino and FBI Director Kash Patel. The memo said Epstein did not have a client list, even though Attorney General Pam Bondi said earlier this year it was on her desk for review. A Texas congressman is planning to introduce a resolution demanding files be released in the case involving convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Democrat Mark Vesey wrote on X, either President Trump and his acolytes fueled the rumors of the significance of these Epstein files to help his campaign, or something is there. Vesey's resolution comes after the Justice Department released a memo last week concluding Epstein did not keep a client list allegedly used to blackmail high-profile people, and there was no evidence of foul play in his death. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A labeling issue has prompted a nationwide recall of 4 types of Ritz peanut butter cracker sandwich cartons.
Ritz parent company is recalling the product because some packages containing peanut butter may be mislabeled as cheese. According to an FDA safety notice, the mislabeling could put people with peanut allergies at risk of serious or life-threatening allergic reactions if they eat the product. The FDA says so far there have been no reports of injury or illness. The recall involves the 8, 20, and 40-pack Ritz peanut butter cracker sandwich cartons, along with the 20-pack Ritz-filled cracker sandwich variety pack carton. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A new study says 19% of foods and drinks in the U.S. contain synthetic food dyes.
Researchers look specifically at products in the top 5 categories most often marketed to children: confectionery, sugar-sweetened beverages, ready meals, breakfast cereals, and baked goods. Found products in these categories were more likely to have synthetic dyes. The average sugar content of products with synthetic dyes was 141% more than those without dyes. I'm Mark Mayfield.
NVIDIA says the U.S. should reduce our technological dependency on other nations.
In an interview with CNN that aired Sunday, company CEO Jensen Huang said the United States should invest more in manufacturing. Months ago, President Trump announced a $600 million investment into chip-making technology in the U.S., courtesy of Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. California-based NVIDIA currently has chip manufacturing plants in Arizona and Texas. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
just like that, here we go. Another day, another hour. Rolling into a Tuesday. From time zone to time zone, we turn the page. 15th day of July upon us. All right, trust your week's off to a good start. And let me give a quick shout out as we kick things off this hour. A lot of times drivers out there say, hey, I can find the everyday diesel treatment. I can find the stick shift eliminator, but I need some of the shift restore for the transmission. Some of the other products that may be more geared toward the automotive sector, like the gasoline extreme, which you're typically not going to find in the likes of a truck stop. We have a dealer network. Yeah, you'll find dealers all over the country. And a shout out this week, Scott's Synthetics is rocking and rolling over in Kingstown, Indiana. Yeah, thank you for being a part of the dealer network. See, at this particular location, the Hot Shot Secrets, you've got the everyday diesel treatment, the stick shift eliminator, Diesel Extreme, the EDT plus Winter Defense, the FR3 friction reducer, the shift restore, the gasoline extreme. Yeah, there's dealers again. The network continues to grow around the country. Go to hotshotsecret.com/find a store. Yeah, get the full dealer location list around the country. Meanwhile, as the new week officially underway, it's another safety enforcement week. Surprise, surprise. Drivers should expect to see increased law enforcement. It's the CVSA's Operation Safe Driver Week that kicked off on Sunday throughout North America. Now, the idea is to encourage safe driving behaviors through education, traffic enforcement strategies, and driver interactions with law enforcement. Police are on the lookout for dangerous commercial vehicle drivers and or passenger vehicle drivers, in particular, how you interact with commercial vehicles. Now, you'll be pulled over. You could get a citation. You may just get a warning. But the idea is don't get pulled over. This year's focus is reckless, careless, or dangerous driving. According to the CVSA, they explain any person who drives a vehicle in willful or wanton disregard for the safety of persons or property is driving recklessly. Now, careless or dangerous driving is defined as operating a motor vehicle without due care and attention or reasonable consideration for other motorists or people on the road. In other words, I'm thinking along the lines, if they see you with the smartphone in your hand trying to send a text or something, you're distracted. That's careless, dangerous driving. If you're doing 100 miles an hour, you're recklessly driving. Also, part of Operation Safe Driver Week, warning and citation data will be gathered by law enforcement and submitted to the CVSA. Results from this week's actions will be made public sometime this fall, they tell us. But during last year's Safe Driver campaign, law enforcement officers in Canada and the U.S. pulled over more than 11,000 vehicles, 2,712 tickets or citations, another 3,200 plus warnings to commercial motor vehicle and passenger vehicle drivers for various driving infractions. Out in full force. It is underway. All right, not seeing a name, but who we got on board?
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Well,
I was just wondering. I used to listen to your father back in the day, and I was wondering if there was a website or
a page that you could go to and listen to his antics. I loved he would intertwine them old country songs and sometimes gospel songs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I always that took me through the night, you know. And I was Central Standard Time. He cut off early, but there was in certain times, you know, you could he would take you through the night. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And I always appreciate it. And he always, I'm in West Tennessee, and he came from down in this country, I think.
Was it Humboldt? Wasn't it Humboldt, Tennessee? I believe.
Yeah. And there was an old man that I knew over here. He knew him from around Union City, and yeah, we would argue about talking or listening to him and some of what he said. And he always had a good format. I guess that's what you call it, a format. Or he always had a good playlist. He add in and throw in them good songs, and comedic songs, gospel songs, and then he had that unique voice. He could keep your attention through the night.
That was the idea. Absolutely.
Few people could do that. Few people can do that, and he could do that, and he was a master of it. Of course, that's been 30 years ago, I guess, or more. And he had passed before I even knew it. But I knew then, overnight, running up and down the road, whether you're a trucker or a police or a security guard, it was never going to be the same after that, because it was what it was. I don't know. I ain't tooting his horn too loud, but it was pretty damn good.
He was one of the
he could make it.
He was one of the legends, as they say, one of the legends in overnight radio.
Automatically.
Yeah.
But he didn't want to be a legend. He done everything seemed like on a whim. It wasn't like we didn't have YouTube back then. We didn't see him like we do you. But miraculously, however you felt, he would throw it. It would automatically come on. You know, if you wanted to hear gospel, I'd be damned if he wouldn't show up. If you wanted to hear something, some old comedy country that you hadn't never heard of, he would throw it on there, and there you were. You know, and it was. I guess that's lost radio via 2025 or 20.
Yep.
Whatever.
A lot of things have changed since then, and the internet really the internet changed that, because everybody has access to everything.
None of this guy named AI.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
What the hell is he going to just into?
Well, sadly, I'm not aware.
We were worried about robots and constructive manufacturing. Now, what the hell we're going to do with some of the other shit?
Yeah. Well, sadly, I'm not aware of any. There's no website that really has like the archived recordings. I mean, yeah, there were actually some listeners. Nitro, rest his soul. Yeah, he would actually pull out a cassette tape every night, and he recorded night after night after night. You know, at one time before he passed, he'd called and asked if I wanted those recordings, and I offered to let. Never heard from him again though. Never got. So there's a few isolated bits and pieces you can find on social media, YouTube and whatnot. Some of the old archived programs, but for the most part, it's all memories. All right. Well, hey, thanks for the call. Great to hear from you. We'll jump ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, back at it at 844-844-3388. Hello to Gary. Welcome aboard. Good to have you along for the ride. Doc Holiday says, well, would doing 105 miles per hour on my bike be considered reckless? I would venture to say law enforcement would likely say, yeah, Doc. Wanton disregard, not only for your own safety, but others. Hello to John. Godspeed to you and your follower, Steve. All's well on the confluence of the 5, 50, 65, 70, 80, and the 99. Meanwhile, Brother Rambler checking in. Morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, praise God, and good morning, Steve, and hello, God's children listening to us far and wide, whether you're on the high plains desert of Ely, Nevada, all the way to the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas. Glad you have found us on the Overnight Drive, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. Steve, tell you what, good to be back on the air with you. Good to be talking to you again. And I tell you, man, we had a great service this past Sunday over at Determined Ministries Church. And I tell you, if you want to just find us and go have church with us, we're easy to find, Steve. All you have to do, God's children, is go to Facebook, look up Determined Ministries Church. We go live at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. But, Steve, the message this past Sunday was on, we serve a big God, you know. And if you want to hear the message, you can always go back and listen to it, so I won't get too much into it. But I just want to explain a few things about the kind of God we serve. I'm outside looking up, and we're going to be having some pretty astronomical events happen here soon. I'm sitting outside in Picayune, Mississippi, looking up at the stars, and every star you see is bigger than our own sun and probably has planets revolving around it. Now, that's just in our galaxy. Now, there's other galaxies bigger than that. Now, combined all that together, God is way bigger than that. We serve a big God, God's children. We certainly do. And part of the message this past Sunday, Steve, let me get into it a little bit, if you will. We posted a picture of Mount Sinai, letting you know on Facebook where you can come have church with us. Now, it takes a pretty big bush to be consumed by fire. And the biggest bush, according to what we see in online, is called a king clone creosote bush. Stands about 10 to 13 feet tall and 72 inches in diameter. So, look, it wasn't a little bitty shrub, like a little bitty azalea bush burning, talking to Moses out of the bush. It was a big bush. And like Job, you go to the 38th chapter of Job and read how God spoke to him. The Word of God says that God spoke to Job out of a whirlwind. Go to the Webster's Dictionary, look at whirlwind. It's a water spout, tornado, or a dust devil. Well, we serve a big God, and I'm convinced that it was a tornado standing there talking to Job, explaining to him everything that he went through. So always know that no matter what you ask God for, whether it be your health, blessing your finances, even salvation, he's a big God, and he can answer you. But, Steve, I'm glad you had a great weekend. I'm going to be off tomorrow night. We got a men's conference that we're going to be serving steak and potatoes, so me and the boys are going to that. Next Tuesday, I've been invited by the city of Chickasaw. They're having their city council meeting. They wanted me to come because it's an election year. Mm-hmm. And I guess, the IRS just, said, hey, you can endorse a candidate without losing your 501c3. And so got a couple of the politicians that are wanting to run for mayor and city council places. So all of a sudden they found my number, never contacted me a day in my life. But now they all of a sudden found my number and said, hey, we want you to come and lead us in prayer. We want to talk to you afterwards. I'm like, oh, okay. So yeah, you want some sort of endorsement, which they will not get. Because the only person I'll ever endorse is my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. How about that?
Right.
But, that fella that just called, he didn't even give us his CB handle. He was an old-time listener.
And that's what I was just thinking. Should I call him old-timer? Because I didn't get a name.
And you know what? We need to get him that voucher for Hot Shot, man. He didn't get a $60 voucher. I
got all the info here. I took it down to get him a voucher. I don't have a name. I'm just going to call him old-timer.
Old timer, that's right. He needs to call up again anytime he's awake and call us up again and get that, share some old stories with us about being over the road. I want to hear some of the old time drivers call up, talk about the drag races. And I figured Monkey Gouger would have some insight on the drag races because I've always heard about the drag races at the old 76 truck stop in Ontario, California. And I also heard about the stories of the Key truck stop outside of Houston, Texas on I-10, where that place was a slaughterhouse. You were bound to get into a fight, and they have arm wrestling matches and all that stuff. So
yeah.
I like to hear some of the old-timers call up and discuss some of those old stories and everything like that. I think it'd be pretty cool. But, Steve, other than that, that's really about all I got, man. And I tell you, before I get off here, I want to just tell you, Steve, that, driving a truck was secondary in my life. All I ever wanted to do was tell people about Jesus. From the time Steve, I promise you, for the time I was 3 years old, I've always wanted to tell people about Jesus. And, God's given me the talent and the ability. And this is someone that has a speech impediment, God's children. And people who know me, who's talked to me off the air, it does show through, especially when I'm tired. God has given me the talent through the anointing of the Holy Ghost to go and preach his gospel and tell it to as many people as I can. Telling people about Jesus is the greatest honor I could ever have, and it's something I take very, very seriously, and I'm honored to do it. The message this Sunday is called Don't Bury Your Talent. Don't bury your talent. You're going to want to tune in. And also don't forget about Bible Talk Tuesday. Bible Talk Tuesday is going to be on not by might, not by power, but by my spirit, thus saith the Lord. So tune in for that. It'll drop sometime on Tuesday. We got to get over 1,000 followers to be able to go live on TikTok. So we're just going to be making videos and dropping them on TikTok. And I'll share them to Facebook. You'll be able to see it too. So it'll be a 10-minute little Bible study, as we call it. We get our diesel fuel on Sunday, and on Tuesday we get our death to get us through the rest of the week. Other than that, God's children, I love you, and I truly mean that. We pray for you, and I leave you with this, and that is love. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus Christ can love you, and he does, well, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and I've already got Gilligan text message me now. All right, we love you, God's children. We'll talk to you later. Bye now.
All right, thanks for chiming in. Thanks for being a part of the program, Brother Rambler. Always good to hear from you. Rather interesting. It's something it's a term we hardly ever hear in this day and age. Budget surplus. From investing.com this past day. Just 1 week after President Trump signed the big, beautiful bill, the administration celebrating again. The government posted a budget surplus for June, driven in large part by Trump's aggressive tariff policies. The June 2025 budget recorded a surplus of over $27 billion. The first monthly surplus since 2017. Economists had expected a deficit of $41.5 billion for the month. The key factor was the surge in customs duties that totaled roughly $27 billion for the month. That's up from $23 billion in May, and a staggering 301% increase compared to June of 2024. So far this year, tariff collections have reached $113 billion, up 86% from the same period last year.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I think he wants it to be remade so that it's an agency that is new in how it deploys and supports states.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says President Trump does not want to dismantle FEMA, but rather rework it.
In an interview with NBC's Meet the Press, Noem said the president wants the agency to be better implemented.
The president recognizes that FEMA should not exist the way that it always has been. It needs to be redeployed in a new way.
Trump has been critical of FEMA in the past, but has praised the agency's efforts amid the devastating floods in central Texas. Noem also dismissed claims that a rule change delayed FEMA's response in Texas as absolutely false. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 88 points. The S&P 500 added 8 points. The Nasdaq rose 54 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, picking up where we left off there, talking about a budget surplus in the month of June. That doesn't mean everything's rosy. Despite the strong June surplus numbers, the bigger fiscal picture is still rather challenging. The federal deficit for the year is at $1.34 trillion. The biggest contributor to that, though, is interest on the debt. Interest payments on the national debt, a major burden. Interest alone was $84 billion in the month of June. $749 billion year to date, which makes it the second largest federal expense after Social Security. Interest payments alone are on track to hit $1.2 trillion for the full fiscal year. And that's why the president continues to call on too late Jerome Powell, the Federal Reserve Chair, to cut interest rates. That lower rates would reduce the debt servicing costs, saving billions of dollars. when the more you sit back and look at the broader picture, you can't help but wonder if Jerome Powell, in the bigger picture, is just actually trying to make sure Trump's fiscal policies fail. All right, 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Plowboy this morning. Hey there.
Good morning, Steve. Good morning. Before we go any further, my blood pressure kind of went through the roof here a little bit ago. For that young man that just called you, I want to tell you something, Steve. You are an icon, too. He didn't say it. You are an icon, too, sir. Only thing you don't have the damn dynamite. And I'm being serious. When you retire, you're going to be at the same level as your daddy. And I'm talking about somebody that's listened to your daddy ever since 1977. So, I'm just a little bit perturbed, but maybe I shouldn't be, but that's just the way I feel, Steve. But it's just... And the damnedest thing is that when the dum-dum shut everything down, they did away with everything. So we can't hear anything that went until we came back on the air. And that's dang the thing about it. All that good stuff was gone. There was a few sound bites that you find in the SoundCloud, but they're far few damn between. But I think my blood pressure might be starting to cool off a little bit. But Steve, how bad was truck sales last quarter? I'm asking for a reason if you already seen it.
I know they're down. I'd have to pull up the latest numbers, but
okay. I just seen something just a minute ago, sir, and I'm not very happy. Mount Holly, North Carolina, 573.30, something like that. Daimler is laying people off. Did you see that one yet?
I have not seen that yet.
And that is damn scary, especially when I remember what your daddy and you've said. The trucking industry is reflecting on the recession. Either we're in it or out of it. Have you? Or is that not what it's always been said on these shows?
That's been the status quo. I think this particular freight recession is different than others, though. This was all prompted by everybody jumping in with the sky-high rates during the COVID pandemic, and we've been kind of clearing the field ever since. And every time we think they've hit the bottom and are going to start going back up, it's just been rather slow to return. And I guess when freight levels are kind of low, or there's not enough to keep these trucks, I think some of these companies are kind of hesitant to invest more in purchasing new trucks.
Well, honestly, my friend, sir, I just can't. I can't see buying one of these new pieces of junk. Really, I can't. And that being one of them. And the other word. The KW and the pack car is about the only, or Peterbilt's about the only ones I've stayed with. Just for the fact of the matter, we're having so much trouble with the DEF systems and all this government regulate crap that we shouldn't even be talking about, sir. And it just really hounding how some people have to go into the shop. I know one, he's got 10,000 miles. His truck's already been in the shop twice, and that does not pay the damn payments. But just, I don't know. I've seen that and just kind of threw red flags up all over the place. But I won't be very much longer. But I got a question. Was that the smartest man that you were talking to?
Could very well be the smartest man in the world.
Okay, the reason why I brought that up. Do you remember when he came up to the truck show riding that damn bike?
Yeah.
Did he not come up there in wintertime, damn near froze his ass off?
And then had to go home in a snowstorm. I believe he had to return in a snowstorm. Didn't he have to hire?
I think somebody hauled that.
He had to hire somebody to load it on a trailer to haul the damn bike back, didn't he?
You nailed it. And my question is, if he's the smartest man going to go to Alaska, Will he not be better to go take that $36,000 that he said is going to cost for that one bike and go buy a pickup and haul the son of the buck to Alaska?
Maybe.
Inquiring minds want to know there, Steve. That's about all I got this time around. I'll bother you later.
All right, Plowboy, thank you. I did. So, yeah, I guess that came down this past day or in recent days. Daimler laying off 573 employees at the Mount Holly, North Carolina plant. The notable downturn in new truck orders. Now, these are part of a larger reduction, they say, impacting multiple locations, including Gastonia, Detroit, Portland, and Saltillo, Mexico. The Mount Holly plant layoffs are scheduled to begin September 9. They are considered temporary, according to this. Now, truck sales. Let's see. Class 8 truck orders have dropped pretty significantly. Some figures showing a nearly 50% year-over-year decrease. Some reports say that the April of 2025 orders were the lowest since May of 2020. Year-to-date, Class 8 sales have also seen a decline. Some reports showing an 11.8% drop between January and March of 2025. Now, some industry experts suggest that past ordering patterns might have contributed to the current decline, as fleets may have overpurchased in previous years. When everything was going, gung-ho several years ago, it looked like there was no end in sight with these incredible freight rates. Maybe that would be a contributor. Some companies overpurchased thinking this was going to continue infinitely. Now, economic uncertainty, potential shifts in freight markets are also influencing the fleet's decisions, they say. Factors like tariffs and other market-related challenges also playing a role in the decrease in orders. And lastly, while a decrease in new truck sales may initially seem negative, some experts believe it could lead to a decrease in the number of trucks on the road, potentially driving up the freight rates, which is what everybody's waiting for, those freight rates to return, correct? What do you say? 844-844-3388. Hello to Hillbilly Tex. Check it in. Still hanging out in Texas. Hanging on for the ride. All right, hope you're enjoying your summer there in Texas. Hillbilly Tex. So for a second straight day on Monday, rain hampered the search for people still missing after the deadly floods in Texas. As officials made plans to drain reservoirs in the search for victims and lowered the number of people they said are still missing, while some official crews resumed the search along the Guadalupe River in and around Kerrville in Kirk County. Others held off or were ordered to stop because of worries about the forecast and the possibility of more flooding. Local officials who faced mounting scrutiny over a perceived lack of action and warnings ahead of the storms, complaining that they're actually receiving threats to their safety. Obviously, the first pause came on Sunday in the Hill Country. At a news conference on Monday, state officials said there are now 101 people apparently on the list of still missing, including 97 in the Kerrville area. That was down about 60, right? Because it was 161. The other 4 were swept away in neighboring counties. That's a pretty significant drop, as I said, from the 160 that were previously unaccounted for. State officials did not respond to requests for clarity on the big change in the number, but Governor Abbott suggested it's been difficult to pin down a number. You had campers, residents, or people who registered at RV parks or hotels that are easier to account for. Others may have been reported missing by a friend or a family member, maybe a coworker. Even though we were reporting 97 missing, there's no certainty that all 97 of those were actually swept away by the storm. Hill Country, a popular destination for tourists where the campers seek out spots along the river, along the rolling hills. It's been very difficult to determine exactly how many tourists were in the area when the flooding occurred, but we know it was Independence Day, and I'm thinking campsites and things of that nature were probably booked to capacity. Now, we've heard accounts of trailer after trailer after trailer being swept into the river with families in them. Can't find the trailers. Yeah, that's what we don't know. We don't know how many of them there are. Now, Kelly said he's been told of one trailer that was found completely buried in gravel. 27 feet below the surface of the river. He said sonar crews have been searching the river, the local lakes, and more, and the more are expected to arrive. Commissioner Don Harris said officials are planning to drain 2 reservoir lakes on the river. Who knows how many are out there completely covered, he says. The FEMA Urban Search and Rescue Team said fully resumed operations on Monday. A spokesperson for the Ingram Volunteer Fire Department, which has been organized at about 200 searchers, said they had suspended operations for the day Monday because several inches of rain were expected to fall on Kerr County by late afternoon. Everybody here wants to be out there working. They literally came in the morning. When they come in, whether they're tired or not, they just want to get out there and work because they want to find closure for these families. But Kerr County advised all volunteers to leave the river area, move to higher grounds, saying only those teams that are working under the direction of the Emergency Operations Center Unified Command were permitted in the response zone yesterday. About 100 miles west of Austin, some of the local officials coming under a lot of scrutiny about residents and all those obvious vacationers being warned about the rising waters. So as we've kind of talked about that ad nauseum, this was a biblical type of flood that occurred in such a short amount of time. No one could have adequately forecast that. Meanwhile, we'll get back to your calls. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Tuesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, officials tell us we're going to have to kind of wait and see what kind of impact this is going to have on tomato prices. Anybody like a good old-fashioned BLT? I prefer the plain old BT. I like the bacon and tomato. I don't care for the lettuce, and lots of mayo. The U.S. is pulling out of a 3-decade-old tomato trade agreement with Mexico this past day, while adding between 17 to 21% tariffs on most Mexican tomato imports. Now, the administration announced several months ago their plans to withdraw from the tomato suspension agreement. It's been in place since 1996. Tomatoes sold in the U.S. from Mexico, controlled by the Department of Commerce through that suspension agreement, which sets minimum pricing and regulates sales between the growers and the importers. According to authorities, the tomato suspension agreement has failed to protect U.S. tomato growers from unfairly priced Mexican imports, as commerce has been flooded with comments from them urging the termination of this deal. This will allow U.S. tomato growers to compete fairly in the marketplace, according to the press release back in April. Now, how many tomatoes do you purchase from Mexico? You may be surprised. Mexican-grown tomatoes account for nearly 70% of the U.S. market. U.S. growers, about 30%. Last year, we imported $3.12 billion worth of fresh tomatoes from Mexico. That accounted for the majority of total tomato imports, which were valued at $3.63 billion. So 3.12 out of 3.63 coming from Mexico. Yeah, Mexican tomato producers actually signed an agreement with President Trump's first administration in 2019 to end a tariff dispute. As part of that agreement, Mexico-based growers agreed not to sell tomatoes below a reference price, a seasonally adjusted floor price at which Mexican tomatoes can't fall underneath and still be exported to the U.S. The termination of the agreement has created fierce opposition by farmers and lawmakers in Arizona, Texas, versus the likes of the growers in Florida. The Florida Tomato Exchange claims that Mexico's agriculture industry is dumping tomatoes at margins of up to 273% below the agreed minimums, that the U.S. continues, and it harms the domestic farmers. The only way to level the playing field is to end the agreement and enforce free trade, says the executive vice president of the Florida Tomato Exchange. Trade stakeholders and lawmakers in Texas and Florida said any tariff being placed on imports of Mexican tomatoes will harm their state economies and provide consumers with less choice and higher prices. We don't want tomatoes to become the new egg crisis, according to Representative Vicente Gonzalez. Now, that's a Democrat from Texas. Gonzalez, along with other Texas lawmakers and the Texas International Produce Association, are requesting a 90-day delay to withdraw from the agreement to allow more consideration and resolutions for the issue. I'm thinking pretty much off the top of my head, if 70% of the tomato purchases are from Mexico right now, does the U.S. growers, do they have the capacity to make up, even half of that? I just can't help but wonder. But so, like I said, where will the prices go? What's the price of a pound of maters going to run us? Real quick as we roll toward news break, after which we'll get back to Philip in Florida. Eagle will check in for the first time this week. It's just a few days ago, just kind of jog your memory, Rutherford County Sheriff's Office putting the call out for relevant dash cam footage following a fatal shooting on a Tennessee interstate. A 22-year-old motorist was fatally shot while driving at approximately 7:30 a.m. this past Saturday on Interstate 24 near Waldron Road toward Nashville. Police are asking, and I'm thinking truck drivers, many of you may have been out there. Police are seeking dash cam video to help identify and locate the I-24 shooter. Dash cam footage would be advantageous, according to Detective Thomas Burnett. We're interested in information and dash cams from Interstate 840 to the Bell Road exit from, say, 7 till 8 a.m. And again, that was this past Saturday morning. Let's kind of think back, and how long does the dash cam video you have hold? Because most of it kind of rewrites and whatnot. But all right, that was just a few days ago. I thought I'd share that. 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up as we roll into a brand new day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Supreme Court is permitting the Trump administration to resume layoffs at the Department of Education.
U.S. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon is pleased at Monday's ruling.
This is a real victory, I think, for the future of American education.
McMahon said not being able to fire department personnel was a roadblock to the White House goal of returning education back to the states and out of the hands of the federal government. The court ruled 6-3 to lift a judge's order that reinstated employees let go in mass layoffs. I'm Brian Shook.
Border Czar Tom Homan is speaking out after a federal judge ordered a halt to immigration raids in L.A.
Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Homan said the judge is overstepping their authority.
I don't think any federal judge can dictate immigration policy. That's a matter for Congress and for the president, and I know the Department of Justice is going to litigate this. We want to take it to the appeals court.
The order bars agents from relying on race, language spoken, type of work, or location when detaining suspects. Attorneys with Public Counsel and the ACLU argued that recent ICE operations in the Los Angeles area amounted to racial profiling. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A Virginia military installation is returning to its original name after several years being called Fort Gregg Adams.
Officials unveiled a new sign on Friday that renames the facility as Fort Lee. The change was ordered by President Trump earlier this year. The fort is no longer named for former Confederate General Robert E. Lee, but instead honors Private Fitz Lee, a black soldier from Dinwiddie County. Lee received a Medal of Honor while serving as a Buffalo Soldier in the Spanish-American War. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Wall Street closed slightly higher today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 88 points. The S&P 500 added 8 points. The Nasdaq rose 54 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was in Sarasota this morning to take a victory lap over everything in which he says Florida is ranked number one. He says there's now another area where the state is tops in the nation, religious liberty. The governor says Florida has been ranked number one by the Texas-based First Liberty Institute, a nonprofit law firm that litigates First Amendment cases.
This is a comprehensive, peer-reviewed comparison of how all 50 states protect religious liberty through public law.
The governor says religion is central to the Florida way of life and has been under assault over the last decade. New Jersey real estate investor and social media influencer Cesar Pena is pleading not guilty in an alleged Ponzi scheme.
Cesar Pena was arraigned Monday in federal court in Newark. Pena, who's known on social media as Flippin' NJ, is charged with fraud, money laundering, and bribery. He built a following based on flipping houses in New Jersey that he promised would bring a 30% return. Prosecutors say Pena ripped off dozens of investors who lost millions of dollars in what they say was nothing but a Ponzi scheme. Pena has been released on $1 million bail. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.15. Mono County, California is up to $5.82, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.54. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck. A 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, another hour as we roll into a brand new day. Tuesday. Yes, a clear night outside the Secret Bunker, Southwest Ohio, 72 degrees at this hour. And the trees are alive with the sounds of summer in the nighttime. All those critters out there, the tree frogs, all singing. Hello to Jeffrey in Florida, who says, good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. I shared the story about the budget surplus. And Doc Holliday chimed in. He said, Georgia, the state of Georgia, just had a budget surplus. And when I got home from the casino, had a $250 refund check that the governor gave all Georgia taxpayers back on their state income check. So it was a win-win all the way around this week. How about that? Look at it this way, Doc. You paid $250 to buy into that big tournament there in Cherokee, won the tournament, then you got home and got a refund of your $250 buy-in from the state of Georgia. That is a win. On down to the Sunshine State. Morning, Philip.
Morning. It's good hearing there from Doc Holliday, man. That's the guy I haven't heard too much out of in a long time.
It's been a long time.
Glad to hear he's still around there.
Yep.
Hey, Steve, have you looked at that weather radar lately?
Well, I checked before we kind of kicked things off, and there was a lot of torrential rain on the Atlantic side, torrential rain on the Gulf side. I guess that's all going to wrap into the state. Is that correct?
Yeah, I just looked at the radar a little while ago before I left the house, and if anybody wants to know where that low pressure is, you look at Cape Canaveral. That's the middle of Florida. It's got that little horn that sticks out there in the Atlantic Ocean. That's the Cape. It's just off of there is the low pressure that's coming across us.
Okay.
And looked like everything was just on the east side over there on the Atlantic, and it's going to roll in on us today. Most of it looks like it's going to stay south of us, because if you look at the storm right now, it's what they call a right-hand storm. Everything's on the right-hand side of the right lower quadrant of it if you took a circle and cut it into quarters.
Okay.
That'd be the right-handed lower side. But I think it's going to be a lot of rain for us, and that's about it. When it gets in the Gulf, though, they're still saying that it's just going to, it's not going to be a real bad storm. I don't know. I'm kind of, with all this rapid intensification things they always tell us about, it kind of scares you a little bit when you think about, this stuff could build up real quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Just got to keep an eye on it. I know Rambler and a lot of those guys, and by the way, Rambler, that was a good call earlier today. I appreciate that. And, I think it might be a little rough over there, with the waves and everything and the wind coming in. What do you think, Steve?
They say it's going to be kind of rough along the beaches. People need to pay attention to the rip currents.
Absolutely. I mean, you got those winds coming in there, it's take you out. I never had to experience a rip current because I don't swim that well. I don't go out in the water, especially when I know that it's happening. So, but it can be very dangerous and take you away if you never know it, So, got to be careful when you go to the beach on that. But what's the potatoes I heard earlier, Steve? You're talking about tomatoes, or 70% of our tomatoes come from
Mexico. I was not aware of that until I shared that story. Yes, 70% of our tomato sales are Mexico. Now, you guys grow a lot there in Florida, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of agriculture down here in Florida. But, Steve, you were talking about we don't have enough land down here. And I think we've kind of heard this before from me. The reason we don't have any land down here is because of development. We've had a lot of people move down here. So what's that, growth and development has pushed the agricultural side of Florida out. I mean, if you look at the citrus industry is not dominating Florida like it used to. I grew up in Indian River County, and when I was growing up as a child in Indian River County, we probably had 30 to 40 packing facilities down there for citrus. Mm-hmm. Now there's only a handful down there that are packing fruit up, and if you look at the citrus in Indian River County, it's not too much east of 95. It's mostly west of 95 out toward the marsh areas. Back in a long time ago, I mean, you probably remember this when if you ever made a trip to Disney back in the day, you would come down the turnpike and you would see orange trees forever, down there by Claremont and all that. That's all gone. That's all developed now in the houses and whatnot. It's just some of these growers, it's just cheaper for them to sell their land to developers than it is to, build a business off of it that's going to, not going to tank when they have a freeze, So that's what's happened. And I'm pretty sure it's hit the tomato industry as well. I mean, you look at down here off I-4, you get down there by Tampa, at Plant City down there, you get close to where the strawberries are at. That's hurt those folks too as well. Back in the day, a lot of folks don't know this, but back in the day, there was a lot of sugar cane that was grown in Florida. In Fellsmere, Florida, there was a sugar processing facility. There was a lot down by the Everglades, Miami, down in there. There was a lot of sugar cane. That stuff went by the wayside, because of development. And that's what happens, It's just one of those things. I mean, what's your opinion on it, Steve?
Well, for every subdivision that's built, that's more farmland being taken off the agriculture list. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's our growth down here has caused a lot of this. You know who the Windsor family is. We all know who the king of, King Charles and all those folks. Well, there was an island that's over there by Sebastian, Florida, in Walbasso, called Orchid Island. Orchid Island had some of the best citrus in the world. I mean, unbelievable grapefruit, terrific oranges, tangerines, you name it, it was there. And the Windsor family came in and basically bought Orchid Island, big portion of it, and they've turned it into the Windsor Polo Club now. It's been that for the last, probably 10, 15 years, if not 20. And Orchid Island, all the fruit trees were taken out, and it was all developed up, so these folks could go out there and play polo with their horses, and just stuff like that happens. I mean, there's a lot of stories like that down here, and it's a shame. Florida evolved from a cow. Florida was a cow country back in the day before all this tourism and stuff. I mean, I make my living at it now. I mean, I have to make my living with tourism. That's what I've got to do. But back in the day, it was all agriculture, and that was it down here. Before Disney, before Universal, before all this major stuff that we've seen in Miami, and all the stuff in Palm Beach and Tampa and all that, it was all agriculture. That's what the state was about.
Wow.
And it's a shame, but it happens, and it's part of growth, I guess. I mean, not too much I can say about it. I know I lived in Illinois for 10 years. I moved away from here in the 90s and came back in the Florida that just that 10 years that I grew up in was gone, totally gone. I mean, it is totally gone. And you can see it. You can see it. I mean, it's a shame, but it's the way it is. That's the way things turn out. Just got to keep on trucking, though. That's what you got to do. So, Well, buddy, I'm going to let you go because I know there's some more folks that want to talk out there. So y'all have a good night, and I want everybody to be safe, and we'll catch you later.
All right. Good to hear from you. Thank you for checking in. As we get a new day underway, Philip in Florida. Eagle. See what Eagle has going on as we get the new week rolling. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay. I want to talk about the situation with Donald Trump in Russia. Talk about what he decided today. Well, bad decision, Steve. Bad decision by Trump. And here's the reason why. Because, see, I've told you this for a long time now. And there's no doubt in my mind, I don't care what your other listeners think. They seem to have an opinion about everything. I really don't care. But in my opinion, Vladimir Putin doesn't want peace. He's had plenty of time to try to step to the table and try to make peace with Ukraine. It hasn't done neither of those things. Trump has been in the White House almost 6 months, still hasn't met face-to-face with Donald Trump. Only phone conversations. Yet Trump comes on the TV today and says that he talked to Vladimir Putin on the telephone, and he goes back on his word that they had a good conversation, and then the very next day he bombs.
Mm-hmm.
He bombs him. Okay, now I'm going to ask you a simple question. Didn't Levinsky tell Donald Trump that in the White House a long time ago that a damn ceasefire means absolutely nothing to Vladimir Putin? This guy is not trustworthy. He's basically garbage. To be nice. Vladimir Putin doesn't want peace. His only objective, his only goal is to take over Ukraine. Simple as that. That's what he wants. No negotiating, no nothing. If Trump can negotiate that, then he got a deal. They have a deal sitting on the table tomorrow morning. If Donald Trump can guarantee that Trump's not going to do that, nor will he do that. So guess what? The war is going to continue, and I guarantee you, because I wasted my time listening to his press conference today, and not only was I laughing at him, I promise you that Vladimir Putin was laughing over there in Russia when he said that he giving him 60 days. I'm sure that Vladimir, let me ask you another question, Steve. Do you think in those 50 to 60 days that Vladimir is not going to shoot another missile or launch another weapon into Ukraine?
Oh, he'll be.
Can you answer that?
If he's got 50 days, that pretty much gave him 50 days to do what he can do, and that's what he's going to take advantage of.
Oh, okay. And then guess what? Guess what happens, Steve? I can't see the future, nor do I think I can see the future. But I already know what's going to happen 50 to 60 days from now. I already know what's going to happen. Guess what? There won't be no deal on the table. Nothing will be signed. The war will be continuing on. If anything, it might be even worse. Because here's the problem, Steve. Donald Trump is arming Ukraine, with weapons. Do you really think that good old Vladimir is happy about that? Big fat no. No, he's not happy about it. Because he sees the U.S. as it's helping the war. Anybody in their right mind, we already know that the war would have already been over if the U.S. wouldn't be involved in NATO or anybody else wasn't involved. Ukraine would have been destroyed by now. That's the only reason they're around right now is because of the U.S. help from Biden and Trump. Okay. So Vladimir is not happy, and he's not going to sign no damn deal. And he can threaten to put all the tariffs that he wants to him on 100%. He can put 300% tariff. Vladimir is not going to come to the table, Steve. This is a deep, dishonest man. He was in the KGB. This guy here believes in doing things the wrong way, his way. And it's just that simple. Donald Trump can get mad. He can have all the phone calls he wants with Vladimir. This guy is a two-faced snake. Vladimir, and he can't be worked with. His only goal is to take over Ukraine. Like I said, I'm going to repeat myself one more time. As I was watching Trump, I was laughing this morning when I seen his press conference. If I was laughing, I promise you Vladimir was. Because the missiles will continue.
Let me ask you this. I mean, it's easy to sit there and say he's making the wrong decision. What suggestions might you have? What should he do? What would you do if you were in charge?
Well, first of all, the first mistake is not arming Ukraine. That's the first thing you do. If you even want to have a chance of making a deal with Vladimir. He's already made that clear, Steve, that he doesn't like that the U.S. is arming, and then all hell will really break loose. Can you imagine? What if Donald Trump and them gave him a weapon that would reach into Moscow and hit Russia? Do you really think Vladimir is going to be happy about that if Ukraine launches a missile into downtown Moscow? No, he won't. So, like I said before, the first thing they got to do is but it's already been done, is stop arming these people. Ukraine, stop giving this guy money, because this has been the heat of the problem to begin with, since Biden got involved in it, and the reason why, and you got your answer right there, Steve. It hasn't ended. People saying, well, if we give them more weapons, that's what you say, that'll help end the war. Well, if that's the case, the war would have been over a long time ago, because we've been giving this guy weapons since the war started, and you see the results of that. So, like I told you before, the ultimate goal is for Vladimir to take it. Well, let me put it to you another way. The only thing they can do, if they really want this thing, is they got to take out Vladimir, and I don't think they want to do that. That'll end the whole damn thing right there. And you already know what that encompasses to get to that guy. So if you want to there is no negotiating with this guy, Steve. Zelensky has said that the guy is dishonest. He's a snake, and you cannot talk nor negotiate with this man. His ultimate goal is to take over the whole damn country of Ukraine, and he don't give a damn how many lives that Trump say he's tired of seeing people lose their lives. Well, Vladimir, apparently he's not tired of seeing people lose their lives. So my advice to Donald Trump is, if he can sit down and talk face to face to this man, if that's possible, that's his next best bet, because you already know, Steve, he has no respect. We've already talked to you about Zelensky. He has no respect for this man. This man used to be a comedian. He used to be a female dress impersonator. Do you think a man like Vladimir is gonna want to respect a man like that? No. And as a matter of fact, Steve, that's another thing that needs to happen if there is a deal. Vladimir Zelensky will have to be out of power, and they'll have to have a new man, maybe a new leader, somebody that Vladimir respects, and somebody that Vladimir would be willing to sit to the table with. But he's not going to sit down at the table with Zelensky because he doesn't respect him, nor does he like him. So that's the answer at this point, is basically just to get a whole new president for Ukraine, and maybe Vladimir will make a deal then. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Well, I will respect that opinion. You're saying pretty much, I guess, you're going to cede Ukraine, just let Russia take it. Yeah, most of us, Pappy brought this out the other night. Yeah, we were all moaning and complaining and bitching about supplying munitions and billions of dollars to Zelensky under the Biden administration. Yeah, the only difference in this scenario is we're selling rather than giving. But is it going to make a difference? Eagle, you may be correct. There may be no dealing with Vladimir Putin. The former, I think he was Kurt Volker, spoke out. And he said that Trump's plan to give more weapons to Ukraine, that's not going to deter Vladimir. But he said when it comes down to dollars and cents, the money thing, when he said you got 50 days, Putin is on some historical mission, he says, as he sees it. Yeah, Putin is looking to rebuild the Russian Empire. Volker is the former U.S. ambassador to NATO. Okay, that was back under the George W. administration. He said he wants to go down in Russian history as one of the great leaders, alongside Peter the Great, Catherine the Great, that accumulated Russian lands. He sees himself that way. So I do not see him agreeing to anything. I do believe he can be pressured into a ceasefire if we squeeze his finances enough. We need to implement those secondary sanctions and let Putin see how his oil and gas revenue dwindles, and he doesn't have enough money to keep the war going. Then we might actually get a ceasefire, even though we'll never have a real peace agreement. That's pretty much what Eagle was saying. Yeah, he could agree to anything, but it's not worth the paper it's written on, right? The Senate's also working on a bipartisan sanctions bill that would reportedly give Trump a diplomatic sledgehammer, letting him impose tariffs of up to 500% on countries aiding Russia, naming China, India, and Brazil as key enablers of Putin's war machine. Volker said Russia's already sanctioned. Yeah, they shouldn't be selling their oil and gas, but they're evading those sanctions by going through countries that don't honor them. And that could be China, for example. It could be India. It could be several others. So if we tell those countries, look, if you trade with Russia on this stuff, we're going to sanction you 100% on all your goods. That's going to be a very big dissuasion for those countries from going ahead with that trade with Russia. So they won't do it, and Russia's revenue will dry up. Now, having that legislation already passed and those powers in hand will be a powerful signal to Putin that all President Trump has to do is pull the trigger. So it hasn't passed yet. Would that be enough? All right. Interesting discussion. It is 844-844-3388. So 50 days, yeah. If Putin fails to realize a peace deal, he said this past day, President Trump, we're very, very unhappy with him. We want to see it end. I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago. Yeah, we're going to do everything. We're going to be very severe when it comes to tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. 100%. Will that be enough? Even Volker said probably not, because he's still, Putin, Russia still being able to trade with countries that don't abide by those deals. So with that, we'll get a news break. Get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Get the very latest from Mr. John Dunlap, an NTPA report. All coming your way ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I think he wants it to be remade so that it's an agency that is new in how it deploys and supports states.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says President Trump does not want to dismantle FEMA, but rather rework it.
In an interview with NBC's Meet the Press, Noem said the president wants the agency to be better implemented.
The president recognizes that FEMA should not exist the way that it always has been. It needs to be redeployed in a new way.
Trump has been critical of FEMA in the past, but has praised the agency's efforts amid the devastating floods in Central Texas. Noem also dismissed claims that a rule change delayed FEMA's response in Texas as absolutely false. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 88 points. The S&P 500 added 8 points. The Nasdaq rose 54 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
A Hall of Famer puts the light mod class on notice. First-time winners Pop Corks and Super Farm and Super Semi. And over this first weekend of America's 250th year, the Summer Sizzler sparkled under sunny skies. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. On a scorching hot but otherwise beautiful Saturday evening, July 5th, the Door Summer Sizzler invaded Foxfire Pullers Park for its 6th iteration, but first to feature 2 Grand National divisions, namely the Dr. Preload Super Semis and GMS Manufacturing Machine Light Modifieds. In recognition of this achievement by the many dedicated individuals who have realized the dream of this NTPA sanctioned event, a brief ceremony was held trackside just before the first green flag, in which the surface itself was christened the Buster Potter Memorial Track in honor of one of its veteran competitors who passed in 2021. In light modified, it was time for Argus, Indiana's Bill Forrest to bust his season-opening slump. So, at the class's midpoint, the six-time Unlimited champion rolled his twin-engine American Thunder out to 338 feet. Todd Feist's Snow Farmer had a season-best second with a 334, while point leader Wayne Sullivan's Kentuckian came home third in 328. In Super Semi, welcome to the Winners Club Chris Schroeder. The professional driver at the wheel of the Crazy KW from Cashton, Wisconsin, will always remember the Summer Sizzler as the site of his first Grand National victory, after which he let out a long, loud blast of the horn in celebration. Schroeder had to work for it, as Pat Island's Just Passing Through in Class arrived undefeated after 4 hooks across Minnesota and Wisconsin and came within a foot and a half of the 1985 Kenworth's triumph. Matthew Measle was third in his maiden effort upon Mining Mayhem. And in regional action, another first-time national winner, Robert Gervin of Allenton, Michigan, was champagne-soaked in the Superfarm victory lane. Jim Shaindorf briefly traded his promoter's hat for his driver's helmet and ran Dave Lacey's Double or Nothing Mini to a crowd-pleasing win. And Mick Broughton put some early season mechanical struggles behind him as the shock treatment Dodge 4-wheel drive was electric in edging Rob Foster's Simply Red. This weekend, it's the 50th anniversary edition of the Lions Super Bowl of the South in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, on Friday and Saturday, July 18th and 19th. In addition to the traditional Grand National favorites, Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel and Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock tractors, 4-wheel drive trucks, and CM Pulling Tires Mini and Unlimited Modifieds, this golden anniversary comes with an exhibition each night of Superstock Diesel 4x4 trucks and a special start time of 6:30 p.m. Central each night. Tickets are going fast, but still available at LionsSuperPole.com. Visit FullPole.live for the broadcast and RFD TV's NTPA Championship Pulling Wednesdays this fall for the best of the action. Find out more at NTPAPULL.com or on the NTPA mobile app. We have reached the halfway point of the season on the calendar, but not nearly half the action is passed for 2025. Next weekend come events in Fort Recovery, Ohio and Brandenburg, Kentucky, before Rockwell, Iowa turns the calendar from July to August in the next 2 of what will be 9 straight weeks of grand national events, culminating in the first ever Enderley playoff that will decide 13 champions in Urbana, Ohio on Saturday, September 13th. Also on the docket this week are Steiner Tractor Parts Region 2 events in Hartford, Michigan on Tuesday, Carrollton, Ohio on Thursday, Lebanon, Indiana on Friday, Springfield, Ohio on Saturday, and Adrian, Michigan on Sunday. Visit the web or the app for the full slate of classes, lineups, and results. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Dunlap. Now we're up to full speed. As a busy summer of truck and tractor pulling continues. Interesting, Shorty just posted big lightning show in the Sunshine State. Yeah, I just saw the headline. I'm gonna see if I can't copy that. 25,000 lightning strikes recorded in Florida in a 24-hour period. Look out. Let's see, they shared this from WESH this past day. Florida saw more than 25,000 strikes in a 24-hour period over the weekend. First warning, meteorologist Cam Tran said it was a very active night as strong and severe storms moved through the region. Florida is expecting more severe weather as a low moves across the state this week, ultimately into the Gulf, where it could become a tropical storm. Florida could see several inches of rain over the next few days. All right. Thanks for the heads up there, Shorty. Lightning show Daytona Beach, he said. Now, that's those storms right there, kind of setting off the coast, as Philip mentioned here just a little bit ago. All right, back to the phones. Vic joins us here on a Tuesday. Good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Listen to Doc Holliday there. I guess he bought a few lottery tickets. He seems to be on a winning streak there. Most gamblers are highly superstitious, but that was just what I was thinking. about they believe
yeah.
lucky streaks, winning streaks, or whatever. But back to the topic that I called about was this sounds strange, but the National Park Service actually did a whole they have a whole memory thing or historical review of the intelligence community in the United States, because they used a lot of the National Park Service, I guess you would say cabins or whatever, to train a lot of those people, used them for training sessions for the intelligence people. And the thing that I found interesting was that when you read that, every one of them mentions some form or whatever of blackmail and how to attain derogatory information or how to create derogatory information. And part of that training session was that they would try to get the intelligence trainees, they would allow them like to go to a local town or whatever. They'd have to use false documents, but they would also try to get them to imbibe and kind of loosen their tongues and wind up telling some tales on themselves, so the intelligence bureaus they were working for would have some information to perhaps use against them. And the reason that kind of caught my attention was whenever I was whenever I went in and they switched me over to that special operations group or study and observation group, I had just been married like a month or so before I left for boot camp and all that. And I was once put on a suspect list because I didn't go to any of the squadron parties. I didn't imbibe or anything else. And they thought that was indicative of somebody that wanted to make sure they didn't tell something or they were some sort of a foreign agent. And that's just how ridiculous the intelligence community was. But a lot of that stuff goes on. And the reason I mentioned that was because this whole deal with Jeffrey Epstein,
Mm-hmm.
Obviously it was some form of an intelligence operation, whether it was to gather, derogatory information on everybody. And I think, Pappy brought up that deal about all the different boy slaves that they had over there in Afghanistan. I don't know if you read much of that New York Times article where they actually, the United States Army actually disciplined a Green Beret captain, and I think they drove a Green Beret sergeant. Actually, he just decided to get out of the Army because they were reporting all this sex slavery that was going on with the Afghanistan police and the Army and everything else. And there was even a couple instances of where that, the old blue on green thing that they used to talk about, where the Afghan police or the Army was actually attacking American soldiers. And some of that actually came back to the fact that the Afghans, I was trying to think what they called it, Baka something. Anyway, basically it just means boy slave. And all that was going on. And also in Afghanistan, when we went there, the Taliban had shut down opium production. The first year we were there, they grew the world's record opium crop, the opium poppies there. So there was a lot of things that went on to Afghanistan that we will never know about. We'll never know the real thing of it. And that's why a lot of this stuff's going on. And I'm just curious how many people in foreign intelligence services, how much bad information did they collect on us? And what was Epstein? Was he trying to collect bad information on other people? I mean, the whole thing, it's a sorry mess. And to believe that Epstein, whether they're actual files or not, I'm sure that between the plane logs, all the people that went to his island, that there are a lot of things that could be if someone, an intelligence analyst, sat down and gathered all this information out. They might not be able to say definitive that Epstein had a client list per se, but I'm sure that if they wanted to, they could create a client list, and then from that they would look to see who was a valid person and who wasn't. So why they're all arguing about, was there a client list, did Pam Bondi lie, and all this other stuff that's going on. To me, that's just kind of a red herring, or it's just a distraction. Simple fact of the matter is that the guy was up to no good. That Maxwell, she's still alive. Her dad was strongly connected to the English intelligence agencies, and he was embezzling money from his own company, and supposedly he died in a boating accident somewhere because he was in the midst of some sort of a big scheme to create money and get money, and he had a lot of connections to powerful people. So, like I said, it just amazes me how in the world they could create all this confusion between the Attorney General and some of the people in the FBI, and even Musk has kind of got in on it. And all I can say is that their ability of the foreign intelligence agencies to create this type of division within the Trump administration, they must be feeling pretty good, because they probably created the situation they wanted to win. Probably the Democrats are happy too, because should the Republicans get a better majority in the midterm elections, then Trump could really get on, and the MAGA agenda could actually be a whole lot closer to reality and do away with a lot of the duplication and everything else. And in that vein, I'm waiting for Interior Secretary Burgum. He's supposed to be doing an inventory report, and I don't know how long that's going to take and exactly what's going to be in it. But when you were talking about the farmland becoming subdivisions and everything else, that has done so much damage to the water flow, the hydrology in the United States, and whether it was the mountaintop mining in West Virginia, to where they took the top off the mountains and then flattened them down and just let trees clog up the branches of the rivers and streams. And that was whenever Senator Manchin was Governor Manchin, and he wasn't very good on environmental things. Matter of fact, he definitely was not anywhere close to an environmentalist. And then you mentioned like there in Florida, all that different land that used to have trees and stuff, citrus trees. Now it's subdivisions. And even up in Illinois there, I remember, I don't know if you remember Orion Samuelson, that was on WGN, the farm director, and he was highly upset that all that prime farmland up there was becoming subdivisions. And no matter where you look, they have increased the runoff, and the runoff has increased the flooding. And so there's just all that going on. So we will see what happens, and that's one reason why. And another thing, too, is after 2001, 9/11, they reshaped the government, and that's whenever they took the Corps of Engineers. They took the responsibility for a lot of this floodplains and everything else. And when you mention floodplains, when a river flows, flash floods, that's the extreme example. But one of the things in flood control was make sure that the water would have a place to where it could just spread out and slow down the speed of the flow. And so all that stuff just goes on and on and on. So by and large, there are things that are going on that, I don't know, I guess an enemy could create kind of a weapon, a natural weapon, or confusion, kind of confuse things and all that. But when it comes right back down to it, the simple fact of the matter is intelligence community have looked for blackmail forever, and our own intelligence agencies has used blackmail to coerce people to do their bidding. And there are examples, several examples of that with the CIA. So as it applies to today, my question is, why are you worrying about, was there a client list? Did Pam Bondi say she had a client list? She says, no, I just meant I had the files. But, whatever it is, we're just arguing over semantics. The simple fact of the matter is they should just get busy and review all the information that they have and see if it is in any way compromising any of our current intelligence people. And they have the ability to do that.
And they could actually compile, like you said, a list, a so-called list of clients with that, if one didn't actually exist. But all right, 844-844-3388. It's been a while since we've heard from Double Trouble. Hey, we got you coming up in 2. Send your heat wave on board, and on down the line we roll into a brand new day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Like I said, been a while since we've heard from Double Trouble. How you been?
Been doing all right. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, good deal. I'm using Bluetooth on the radio. I didn't know how it would come in or not. Now, the reason why I was calling, I heard you talking about those tomatoes from Mexico and all that, like 70% you were saying.
Yeah.
Come from Mexico. Well, I live in Granger County, Tennessee, which is in Rutledge. I live in Rutledge, and we're actually having our tomato festival this weekend. Have you ever heard of Granger County tomatoes?
I can't say I'm familiar, no.
Yeah, you might want to look that up. It's called the Granger County Tomato Festival, and they actually have wars where you actually get to throw tomatoes at each other. And, yeah, they got a bunch of hobby crafts, and they're going to have a whole bunch of food trucks and everything. They're going to have it this weekend.
Yeah.
And I figured I'd call and just let the audience know, let the cartoon characters know.
So Friday and Saturday, it says here.
Yeah, correct. it's free parking, and then they have a whole bunch of parking on the side of the road also.
So I'm guessing, is it kind of like a whole festival kind of thing where you're going to have tomato sandwiches and BLTs and fried green tomatoes and...
Exactly. Yeah. So
Anyway you can eat a tomato, you'll do that this weekend.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they have it every year. It's an annual event. They have it every year.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just figured I'd chime in and let people know about it. I don't know if any of the listeners live near there, but also I sent you a Facebook request. I'm friends with Gilligan on Facebook. And you know how Facebook will be like, people that you might know?
Mm-hmm.
And I stumbled across you on there. So I sent you a friend request today also.
Okay. All right. I don't check those very often anymore, so I will do that.
Okay. Yeah. My name's Harold, by the way.
Okay.
So, I'm not on there as double trouble. So... but yeah, if you see a friend request from Harold, that would be me.
I just clicked on accept. There you go.
Thank you very much there, Steve.
All right. Well, thanks for the heads up about the Mater Festival there. Organized in 1992 to promote our world-famous Granger County tomatoes. Our mission to promote all Granger County agricultural products, specifically the Granger County tomato. And, of course, local artists, authors, talent, craftsmen. Over the years, we've added a number of special events, making the festival one of the largest free festivals in East Tennessee. Named by Parade Magazine as one of the top 10 free festivals in the USA. Festival's always the last full weekend in July in Rutledge, Tennessee. Be sure to mark your calendars. This isn't the last full weekend, though, is it? 18th and 19th. Yeah, we got the 25th and 20th. Maybe they had to make an exception this year. We also have a living history section where people are dressed in period clothing exhibiting what life was like during the Revolutionary War. There are vendors as well as selling handmade items, leather goods, wooden toys, iron tools, demonstrating their craft right here on the festival grounds. Other crowd favorite, the tractor and engine exhibit. Not just for the guys, the ladies are included thanks to the pink tractors. The folks that own these wonderful machines are right there with them and love to talk about all that's involved with the restoration and the use. Several misting tents scattered around the festival in the event that things get kind of hot. The Tomato Wars is also so popular that we've had to add an extra day to accommodate all the sign-ups. That's a great thing because it's a fundraiser for Yoke. We've had television stations and news stations sign up and battle it out with the too ripe to sell tomatoes that the Granger County tomato farmers have donated for the event. Okay, so they're not wasting tomatoes per se.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump will be placing a 100% tariff on Russia if there is no peace deal soon in Ukraine.
We're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days.
While meeting with the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, Trump also announced a new deal to sell off top-of-the-line weaponry to NATO, including defensive Patriot missiles intended for distribution in Ukraine. Trump has been blaming both sides for the continued war in Ukraine, but lately he's been putting most of the blame on Russian President Vladimir Putin, adding he thought he had a deal in place about 4 times now. President Trump is confident in Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino despite recent internal fighting over the handling of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein. Trump was asked yesterday if Bongino was still in his position.
I spoke to him today, Dan Bongino, and he sounded terrific, actually. No, I think he's in good shape.
On Friday, multiple news outlets reported Bongino was debating whether to resign. The Department of Justice and FBI issued a joint memo last week looking to counter claims about Epstein long promoted by conservative media figures, including Bongino and FBI Director Kash Patel. The memo said Epstein did not have a client list, even though Attorney General Pam Bondi said earlier this year it was on her desk for review. A Texas congressman is planning to introduce a resolution demanding files be released in the case involving convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Democrat Mark Vesey wrote on X, either President Trump and his acolytes fueled the rumors of the significance of these Epstein files to help his campaign, or something is there. Vesey's resolution comes after the Justice Department released a memo last week concluding Epstein did not keep a client list allegedly used to blackmail high-profile people, and there was no evidence of foul play in his death. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A labeling issue has prompted a nationwide recall of 4 types of Ritz peanut butter cracker sandwich cartons.
Ritz parent company is recalling the product because some packages containing peanut butter may be mislabeled as cheese. According to an FDA safety notice, the mislabeling could put people with peanut allergies at risk of serious or life-threatening allergic reactions if they eat the product. The FDA says so far there have been no reports of injury or illness. The recall involves the 8, 20, and 40-pack Ritz peanut butter cracker sandwich cartons, along with the 20-pack Ritz-filled cracker sandwich variety pack carton. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A new study says 19% of foods and drinks in the U.S. contain synthetic food dyes.
Researchers look specifically at products in the top 5 categories most often marketed to children: confectionery, sugar-sweetened beverages, ready meals, breakfast cereals, and baked goods. Found products in these categories were more likely to have synthetic dyes. The average sugar content of products with synthetic dyes was 141% more than those without dyes. I'm Mark Mayfield.
NVIDIA says the U.S. should reduce our technological dependency on other nations.
In an interview with CNN that aired Sunday, company CEO Jensen Huang said the United States should invest more in manufacturing. Months ago, President Trump announced a $600 million investment into chip-making technology in the U.S., courtesy of Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. California-based NVIDIA currently has chip manufacturing plants in Arizona and Texas. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, there you have it. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast on the same page. All right, got a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. And, well, let's see how Senor Heatwave's week starts off. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Senor. Oh, it's started off pretty good. I guess we could have left earlier, but I didn't realize we had a load early as of Sunday midnight. So they didn't tell me nothing about that, but we're on it now. We're heading up to Seattle to see what those whacked out leftists are doing over there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with all the weather that's been going on, yeah, with the last time I was in Texas visiting my family, miles and miles, consecutive miles of farmland that had nothing but acres and acres of solar panels. And, you know, we've said, you know, above the solar panels, it gets a little hotter because it's reflecting the heat of the sun back into the atmosphere. And if you have miles and miles and acres of these damn solar panels out there, that one is doing away with farmland and pasture land, I mean, there's part of your problem there.
Yeah.
Couldn't that be contributing to the weather patterns that we're now experiencing? If you have a kettle of water, you know, like say a teapot, and you put it on an open flame, which would be basically, you know, the solar panels catching the heat from the sun, but instead this way that it's still heating up a surface. You're putting, you know, you're evaporating the water that's inside the teapot, and you're putting it more into the atmosphere. Now, if you've already got water in the atmosphere, you know, as far as humidity goes, is there a connection there? Or am I just blowing smoke up someone's hind end thinking I'm seeing something?
Yeah, on the weather side, that would be, I think that's above my pay grade. Someone suggested that here a few months ago, didn't they? That, you know, solar panels, and one guy thought wind farms might be impacting weather as well. I don't know about that, but
well, I mean, I don't know if it is or not, because I mean, you've got. It's not like that they're blowing the air, you know, anywhere. It's already wind coming in from somewhere, and it's just getting, you know, I don't think that the wind farms really have a whole lot to do with it, because they're not producing a blowback, kind of like when you turn a fan on, how it's gaining air from behind it and then blowing it forward. It's, you know, so I don't know about that for sure. But I mean, the solar panel, and I think maybe I brought it up a couple of months back. So I don't know. Oh, well, as you happen to see the latest post from Right Wingnut.
I missed that. I have not seen that. What's he got up?
I guess that. He just talking about how he was complaining about the other week how he never got beat up that bad without getting paid, paying some woman to do it to him. But I imagine it is kind of painful to have splinters in your butt driving a standard transmission out here, and that's kind of hard to pull off, kind of half standing up in your cab trying to shift gears with a standard. That'd be a little bit of a butt breaker for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But if I find it, I'll go ahead and I'll pass it along to you. But I thought it was pretty funny myself. Here we're talking about, again, Ukraine, how we ought to just say the hell with it and let Putin have it. I think Neville Chamberlain did that with Hitler back in the day, where he conceded lands to Hitler in appeasement. And I don't think that worked out too well, because Hitler took that as a sign of, if I just go ahead and take some more, you're going to,
right,
be appeasing me. And that's basically what some people are talking about on this show, is appeasing Putin. Putin's the bully. Yeah, Zelensky is the little kid that never had this kind of power, and he's abused what he's been getting. And I think now he's realizing this ain't Biden we're talking to, so he's going to have to be more accountable. And instead of giving, like you said, we're selling the weapons to Europe, to NATO, and then, and NATO is selling them the weapons that they're getting, plus they're giving them or selling them aircraft and whatnot that they need. You don't appease somebody like Putin. You give him that kind of power, and Biden did saying, well, a little bit of Ukraine wouldn't be too bad. What idiot in their right mind says that? Well, obviously he wasn't in his right mind when he said that. So, Trump inherited a mess. Putin's got the big head right now thinking, well, hell, if I could do that with Biden, all I got to do is just kind of push him along here. Putin's no more than a Hitler. And, you can't just disarm the kid that's getting beat up, because then he'll absolutely be throttled. And then all of a sudden, what was a free land is now belonging to the red state. Or, well, in this case, it'll be communism, socialism, whatever you want to call it, to Putin. No, you got to have the kid be able to defend himself. And what did Putin say when he first got in? Oh, it's only going to take 3 weeks and we're done. Well, how long have the people been fighting this guy? So, if you're going to see it, if you don't want to be directly involved but have an indirect involvement, yes, sell the weapons to the people who need it. I mean, who gives a rat's behind if Zelensky gets weapons that can go into Russia? Is it okay for Russia to shoot missiles into Ukraine and killing not only members of the military, but civilians in towns and cities, communities? I think that if there were to be weapons that went from Ukraine into Russia and deep into Russia, it's going to do one of two things. Putin may decide, well, hell, that's an attack on our sovereignty. What the hell you think he's already done to Ukraine? So it's either going to escalate the war, or maybe it'll throw some fear into the man, where he says, maybe we ought to rethink this.
Yeah.
And I think the closer you get to Moscow, I think the closer to an agreement you're going to come to. But, more than likely it'll probably escalate it, and then we're going to all be in a world of the proverbial shish kebab. But the sanctions that Trump is planning to throw with, I'm sure that he's already got the approval by Congress to do so. You cut off someone's funding for the war. Yeah, it's going to change. It's going to change, if not government opinion, it'll change public opinion. And it only takes one or two voices to rise above the din for people to say, you know what, you're right. And no matter how much of a militaristic state where they go in and arrest the dissidents, in quotations, change will happen. And it's not like Trump's just doing this off the top of his head. He's running this by the best minds that we have in D.C. right now, which are a hell of a lot better than what we had with the Biden-Harris group. These people know their business. Military, economically, they know. They know what can work and what doesn't work. And that's same with the immigration. With INS going in. Well, I guess it's not INS anymore. It's ICE going in and getting these bad hombres out of these different businesses. It's not just at the whim of Trump saying, go there and get them out. And by the way, it's not profiling if the majority of the illegal aliens are of the Latino persuasion.
Yeah, they're primarily, they're from
where the hell
all
they
over the
come
world,
from?
but they're
Yeah, exactly.
Central America, Mexico, and of course, hell, they could be from anywhere.
The ACLU jumping into that. Why? They're not American citizens, ACLU. They are illegal aliens. Yes, I said it, and I will keep on saying it. They're not illegal immigrants. They're illegal aliens.
They're undocumented
They're
workers.
not American citizens. Oh, to hell with that PC there, Steve. Call them what they are,
Undocumented.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, you say tomato. Well, you say tomato. I'll say tomato. There we go.
Uh-huh.
But, see, even the ACLU is non-American. They're not American first. They're everyone else first but Americans. So, what can I say? Well, anyways, I guess football season is coming along with the training camp starting for rookies, and then the regulars start coming in a week later, and then we got college practices coming up here pretty soon, and then we're going to have college football, and then when that's going on, high school is going to be getting into it, and then the pros, and then we got, let's see here. So at the end of this month is football camps. Well, then we got next month, which is going to be chili season, red or green. Then we're going to have Labor Day. Then we're going to have more football. Then we're going to have Balloon Fiesta in Albuquerque, first full weekend of October, or first full week, yep. And then we're going to have Halloween, and then we're going to have Thanks Forgiven, and we're going to have my birthday, and then we're going to have Christmas.
Hey, you missed my birthday.
Christmas party, yeah.
You missed my birthday.
Oh, yeah. Yours is coming up soon, isn't it?
That's just before Halloween, October 15. That's right. All right. Senor Heatwave, have a great morning. Thanks for checking in. And back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
See what Knuckle Buster has going on this early Tuesday morning. Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, he's wrong on that Christmas. Christmas is June 17th, 2 BC. That's when Jesus Christ was born. It ain't December 25th. So I don't know what day we're going to be selling December 25th. Ain't Christmas. Well, anyway, enough of all that bull on it. Simplified shout out to Truck and Fuel, Captain Ron, and Steve Summers. Them three good people right there. The tomato, best tomato in the world, is grown in South Arkansas, down there in Bradley County, where it's Tennessee from. It's called a pink tomato, P-I-N-K.
Yeah.
And that's some good tomatoes there. Yep. So I go down there we used to go down there and get a whole lug of them, big old box full of them there, and then take them home, and that's what we'd eat over the summer. So I got a phone call from Washington, D.C. today. I didn't answer it because I knew it wasn't Donald Trump calling me, right?
I was going to ask you. I think it was the president, no? What if it was?
Nah, if it had been the president, they'd have called back. But anyway, they didn't even bother leaving me a voicemail. So enough of all that. I figured one of them political action groups want me to think I was going to be a Democrat.
Somebody wanted the donation, probably.
It's possible. I ain't got no money to give them. And y'all better be careful about talking about old Vladimir Putin. That dude's got a long arm, but he can shoot you with a water blaster and still be sitting over there in Moscow there, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's already done that a time or two, ain't he? People just mysteriously show up, do you?
All the time.
Yep, I know that's right. For St. Jude there. Did you know they've discovered a bee that makes milk too?
A bee that makes milk, not just honey?
Right. Yeah, it makes milk. It's called a boo bee.
Oh, boy.
All right. Well, that's a pair of them anyway there. So. All right. Have a good morning, Mr. Steve Summers.
All right.
Your phone line is so busy, I might not get in that loneliest hour.
We've been doing all right, so I'm not going to complain, yeah. But there are several lines available. It's 844-844-3388. So the Department of Transportation, their recent announcement that they were rescinding the speed limiter proposal. A big victory for opponents of such a mandate. Now the bill introduced in the House and Senate aims to put the issue to rest once and for all. The DRIVE Act, we've talked about this for quite some time, would prohibit future administrations from having the FMCSA go back and issue any rules or regulations that would mandate speed limiters on commercial trucks. Steve Daines, Senator Daines of Montana, introduced the bill in the Senate. Josh Brashear of Oklahoma sponsored the House version. Both are built around the idea that forcing trucks to drive below the posted speed limit would create dangerous speed differentials. When a speed limiter proposal was announced in 2022, we all know more than 15,000 comments. Majority of them came from truck drivers opposed to the requirement. Senator Daines says when you have bureaucrats in Washington not understanding what's going on in the real world across the highways in America, that's a problem. When I speak to my Montana truck drivers, they know what works best. They ultimately have the safety of their personal lives and the people around them as the highest priority. And what Joe Biden proposed was not necessary and dangerous. Speed limiter rules on commercial motor vehicles. Here's the reality. Yeah, it would have done nothing more than cause more congestion and higher crash rates. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announced last week or a couple of weeks ago that the speed limiter rulemaking was being withdrawn. But that is for this administration. The DRIVE Act, however, would end the game of political back and forth ping pong that's been played out over the issue for the past decade. We had the first proposal to mandate limiters in 2016 under former President Obama's administration. When Trump took office in 2017, that was moved to the back burner. The Biden administration resurrected it in 2022. The good news is Secretary Duffy was able to move quickly through executive department action to change this rulemaking. The bad news is the next administration, if it is on the left side of the teeter-totter, could go right back and try to put it back in place by passing the DRIVE Act. It would codify it. That would give the assurance, no matter who's in charge at the White House, Republican, Democrat, or something in between, that this regulation would not exist. So I guess you could say the battle has been won. The war is not over. They're asking, let your representatives know, the House and the Senate side, support the DRIVE Act. And I don't know if that's something they could get through as a single piece legislation.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I think he wants it to be remade so that it's an agency that is new in how it deploys and supports states.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says President Trump does not want to dismantle FEMA, but rather rework it.
In an interview with NBC's Meet the Press, Noem said the president wants the agency to be better implemented.
The president recognizes that FEMA should not exist the way that it always has been. It needs to be redeployed in a new way.
Trump has been critical of FEMA in the past, but has praised the agency's efforts amid the devastating floods in central Texas. Noem also dismissed claims that a rule change delayed FEMA's response in Texas as absolutely false. I'm Mark Mayhew.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 88 points. The S&P 500 added 8 points. The Nasdaq rose 54 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people, people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Return and good morning, Blind Man.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Well, Nick called WCBM yesterday and patched me in. We left a long, detailed message with Sean Casey, the program director, again telling him how great your show is, and we want to hear it on WCBM overnight instead of Dumb and Dumber. You know what show I'm talking about.
Right.
Also, these liberal women that Bo Snerdley plays clips of, it's kind of driving me crazy in a way. And I remember when I was involved with Amy, her brother would always say the following: the worst thing that ever happened was allowing women to vote. And I asked Amy, what do you do when he says that about 2,000 or 3,000 times a day? Oh, I just roll my eyes, she says. Well, what does he say that to your sister? She says no, because she would bop him one. So, anyhow, I'm really enjoying your show. I'm telling everybody that I know about it what a great show it is, and I am so thankful that you're there to wake up to when I get up around 3 o'clock in the morning, have a quick breakfast, and now I'm talking to you.
Yeah, your new day underway, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It'll be interesting to see what happens today. Who's going to go nuts because of something that Trump did? And Nick told me that we don't know half of what's going on. They can't reveal what's going on. That's why I love to be a fly on the wall.
Yeah.
But the administration's got to be very, very careful how they go after the leftists here. One wrong move and the whole thing could collapse. So they got to be very careful what they do when they make their move.
Well, good to hear from you, Blind Man. Thanks for checking in. Thanks for all you do to help promote the show and try to grow the audience. Thank you.
And thank you. But it wouldn't hurt to have your truckers, especially the ones that are in and around Baltimore, flood WCBM with calls saying, put the show on. We don't like what's on there now.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens, and I'll thank you guys in advance.
All right. There you go. The Blind Man. Good to hear from you. I've seen this shared several times. Said the FDA, it's a recall of bread, an urgent recall of bread sold at Kroger and Walmart due to a hidden ingredient that can be life-threatening. An alert put out across 12 states with at least one person reporting to be suffering discomfort. Hartford Bakery Incorporated voluntarily recalled 6 lots of its Lewis Baked Shop artisan-style half loaf. It comes after batches in the 6 lots were found to contain hazelnuts. Okay, so for people that have allergies to nuts, if it's not listed in the ingredients, the presence of nuts has not been declared on the packaging, which actually in this day and age poses a serious health risk to those with nut allergies. So some people actually have serious and potentially life-threatening allergic reactions. All right, so I guess I don't think I've ever bought a half loaf of bread, but I've seen them on the shelf. I don't know, it's become more of a thing these days. Rather than a whole loaf, get a half loaf. When's the last time you ordered a half dozen donuts rather than a dozen?
Well, I don't know, Steve. If I'm going to get them, I'm going to go all out.
Morning, Pappy.
You know I'm saying? What's going on, man? Well, I guess, unfortunately, Trump did not explain to the American people why Ukraine is such a vital interest to the United States. Why not? Just don't get it, man. I don't think Putin's Hitler. I don't think he's out to rule the world. Only issue I got with us supplying, listen, you can go around the back door and say, we're suing them to NATO. Yeah, okay. Well, we know where they're going.
Mm-hmm.
See, what happens if, and I don't even know if Ukraine has the capability of launching any of these daggone missiles. I mean, they have to have our help. We've been helping them. If you want to call it a proxy war, I say we're actually in war with Russia right now. It just ain't went nuclear. Kind of behind the scenes. What happens if one of these big missiles falls on Putin's doorstep and something happens to him, Steve?
And I don't know as far as who's next in command. I mean, some I think maybe worse than Putin possibly is. What do you think?
Yeah. You just don't know, man. I think one way to end this war, and unfortunately, I don't think Monica Lewinsky is going to go along with it. I think if they convinced him to step down, they might be able to work a deal out. Because Steve, he canceled elections, and he used this Emergency War Act, if that's the correct term for it or not, to stall the elections. That thing has expired 6 months ago. So how come Ukraine is not able to have elections? I don't recall in any of our wartime, Steve, that we didn't have elections, that we put elections off. So he's basically a dictator. So I'm not too hip, about, listen, if this works, I don't know, I'm just a flat foot walking around here. There's so much probably going on behind the scenes we don't know about, but if we just got to kind of go with what we are hearing, sanctions didn't work on Russia before when Biden tried doing it. It actually helped Russia. They were able to form the BRICS community, right? All these other countries getting involved in trying to do away with the American dollar. So I don't know. Like I said last night, I guess we'll see if it works. But he still hasn't came out and said, why the hell do we care if honestly, if Ukraine fell tomorrow? How is that going to hurt us? And nobody has explained that. If there's something that they're not telling us for whatever reason, they need to come out and tell us. Maybe I'll change my mind. But I'm telling you, when you got Lindsey Graham saying this is the best thing that ever could. Steve, NATO ain't nothing but a bunch of globalists, man. Listen. So, I don't know. I heard an interesting theory on this Epstein stuff, and it kind of touched on it a little bit. when he was talking about a list, these are all files. Now think about who was in charge of the CIA and FBI when all this was going on for decades, Steve. Mainly Obama, Bush, Biden. Obama for 8 years. The interesting twist was, how can we believe what these files are really saying and if they're accurate? In other words, that the CIA orchestrated this whole Russian collusion deal with the help of Clintons, right? All fake, all false, orchestrated by the CIA. So what other kind of files might be in there with this Epstein deal that are completely false? Interesting theory he had there, and that's why maybe Trump was like, all right, this is just too trying to figure all this out. You know, maybe the devil won this battle. When you got thousands and thousands of videotapes to watch and files to go over, and just because somebody flew on his daggone plane or visited the island doesn't mean, or his New York apartment, right? Doesn't mean they were involved with all the shenanigans, but it takes investigations to figure that out. And holy moly, if you got to literally reconduct and reopen and start new investigations, because can you really believe what's in these files on how accurate they are? And another thing, Steve, they could have destroyed everything they wanted destroyed, knowing that maybe when Trump got elected again, all right, we're going to destroy these files, but we're going to leave these files in there for them to find. So I don't know. This whole thing makes you just head spin, don't it? I mean, the world's spinning right now, and our heads are spinning. I think we got enough stuff to worry about at home here and try to get this country back on track. I don't know. Food for thought. But I guess we'll see. What is it? I thought it was 60 days. It's 50 days?
50. 50. Yep.
50. Well, we'll see what happens. The heat wave might be right. The end of 50 days, just like these tariffs. We're going to extend it another 30 days. All right, Steve. I don't know. Send a bat signal out to Trump. Tell him to explain to us why Ukraine is so vital. Maybe I'll have a change of heart.
And doing it. And doing a little research on that, it's hard to find any real, definitive, reasons why Ukraine would be so vital to us. It is hard to find.
Yeah. They were so corrupt. It's no secret that Ukraine was, if not the number one most corrupt country in this planet. And we played a part of it, Steve. We were using this little piggy bank. No doubt about it, man. Money that was going there was coming right back here and put into this D.C. swamp's pockets. So, all right, brother, good show you got going on. I appreciate you taking the call. I post a little something on Facebook. It looks like for the next 7 days it's supposed to rain. Like 50, 60, 70% chance for the next week. And I was like, you know what? Last time I took some time off, extended that Kelly week, it daggone rained every damn day. I don't mind if it sprinkles a little bit in the morning and clears up, but I don't know. It's looking like we're going to get some moisture.
We're going to be in a soggy pattern. All right. Sure. We're going to be on the periphery of that heat dome. that's kind of enveloping Texas. And that's kind of like last week we saw that we were not in the mix. It was all to the west of us here in the Ohio Valley. Do a quick search. Is Ukraine a vital interest to the United States of America? First thing that comes back, it is a complex question with varying perspectives. Some argue supporting Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity is crucial for U.S. national security, preventing the spread of aggression, upholding the international rules-based order. Others emphasize the potential economic and geopolitical benefits of a strong, independent Ukraine, including access to resources and stability in Europe. Okay, the international rule of law, territorial integrity, which yet we do support that. Supporting Ukraine helps prevent a wider European conflict and strengthens the transatlantic alliance. Food. Ukraine is a significant exporter of agricultural products and has potential reserves of critical minerals. A stable Ukraine can contribute to global food security and access to vital resources. Which that's more of a concern, right, for the likes of the European nations over there versus us. Yeah, how much do we depend or rely on things, food from Ukraine? Democrat values. The conflict is also framed as a struggle between democracy and authoritarianism. The U.S. supporting democracy. Supporting Ukraine aligns with American values and promotes the spread of the democracy. We've talked about the cost and the risks. The risk of an escalation and direct conflict with Russia, which that's the last thing we want to see. Some argue that we, the United States, should prioritize domestic issues and challenges rather than becoming overly involved in another foreign conflict. Yes. Lack of clarity. Some have called for greater clarity on the U.S. objectives. What is our long-term strategy? In conclusion, whether Ukraine is a vital interest to the U.S. is a matter of ongoing debate. There are valid arguments on both sides. Ultimately, the decision of how to proceed rests with the policymakers who have to weigh the potential benefits and risks of continued support of Ukraine. I don't know.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
When I was chatting with Philip a little bit earlier there in Florida, I had seen several posts, and now I'm seeing some of the actual video out of Plant City, Florida yesterday. I don't know, for whatever reason, flash flooding has been a very common thing here in the month of July around the country. Yeah, Texas, New Mexico. Plant City, Florida yesterday picked up from 10 to 12 inches of rain in 4 hours. Yeah, I'm looking at what, one of the local forecasters, WINK's Matt Devitt, who posted some of the video. Yeah, vehicles traversing through the waters that are going over the roadway, which is something you don't want to do. But people taking the risk anyway. Turn around. Don't drown. How many times do they have to tell you that? But 10 to 12 inches in 4 hours. That's literally like, something you'd see in the midst of a tropical storm or a hurricane. But they've got the tropical moisture in place there. And of course, now with the Invest, 93L, whatever it was, that's going to be crossing the state. More rain's going to be impacting inches of rain in Florida over the next several days. All right, a couple of minutes before a news break. Let me see. Eagle, if you're still with us, hang in there. We'll get you coming up out of the news break there. Plowboy on board and room for you at 844-844-3388. Yeah, another item in the headlines that's been, of course, when the devastating floods, the news headline goes in these cycles. Yeah, things top the list, and it's one event just throws everything for a loop. The auto pen, right? The use of the auto pen by the previous administration. Who was in charge? Did Joe Biden actually sign all those pardons? Did Joe Biden sign any of those pardons? It's a valid question. Yeah, according to what I'm seeing, the only actual pardon physically signed by Joe was the pardon for one Hunter Biden. All the rest were via the auto pen. So the latest development, here's Dr. Doom, Dr. Fauci, back in the headlines. Senator Rand Paul this past day said he is going to reissue his criminal referral to the Department of Justice for Dr. Fauci after his pardon was confirmed to have been issued by a late-night auto pen. In a statement, he says, "Today I will resume my criminal referral of Anthony Fauci to the Trump Department of Justice." After a report that the former president, Joe Biden, said he authorized the use of his auto pen, his signature via auto pen, on granting widespread clemency and pardons at the end of his presidency, because we're talking about a whole lot of people, he said. Now, Rand Paul said perjury is a crime. Fauci must be held accountable. Of course, he was accused about lying to Congress when it called for a gain-of-function research being funded by us.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I think he wants it to be remade so that it's an agency that is new in how it deploys and supports states.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says President Trump does not want to dismantle FEMA, but rather rework it.
In an interview with NBC's Meet the Press, Noem said the president wants the agency to be better implemented.
The president recognizes that FEMA should not exist the way that it always has been. It needs to be redeployed in a new way.
Trump has been critical of FEMA in the past, but has praised the agency's efforts amid the devastating floods in central Texas. Noem also dismissed claims that a rule change delayed FEMA's response in Texas as absolutely false. I'm Mark Mayfield.
House lawmakers are set to vote this week on a number of cryptocurrency bills.
Those include the Clarity Act, which looks to establish a regulatory framework for crypto asset markets, the Genius Act, which focuses on stable coins, a digital currency with value tied to a real-world asset, and the CBDC Surveillance State Act. That one would keep the Federal Reserve from coming out with its own digital currency in an effort to keep privacy and individual control over transactions. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Agencies in San Diego are reminding people that only federal officers can carry out immigration enforcement.
California law says local law enforcement, like police departments and the sheriff's office, cannot make immigration arrests. And these groups are reminding the public that if they're called to a scene, it's for the safety and security of the public and the federal agents, not for immigration duties. The Union Tribune says Immigration and Customs Enforcement has requested help from local police for safety reasons, including July 2nd in Linda Vista, where 3 people were arrested for assaulting, resisting, and impeding federal officers. I'm Jack Cronin.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 88 points. The S&P 500 added 8 points. The Nasdaq rose 54 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
President Trump is threatening to revoke Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship.
In a post on Truth Social, the president says he's giving, quote, serious consideration to taking away her citizenship because she's not in the best interests of our great country. In the post, Trump also called her, quote, a threat to humanity and advised her to remain in the wonderful country of Ireland if they want her. The comedian and former talk show host moved to Ireland in January of 2025 and has applied for Irish citizenship. I'm Lisa Carton.
Sesame Workshop says offensive posts have been deleted after Elmo's X account was compromised by hackers.
It happened Sunday with a hacker posting racist and anti-Semitic messages from the account, which has nearly 650,000 followers. Another post called for the release of the Jeffrey Epstein case files. A spokesperson for the Sesame Workshop says the account has since been secured. Many X users chimed in on the change in messaging as Elmo's account has become known for its uplifting posts. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Police in Tempe, Arizona say they are committed to serving the community, even when that means completing a pizza delivery.
2 officers finished off a delivery earlier this month after arresting the Grubhub driver responsible for the order. Video posted on social media shows a surprised customer receiving the pizza after being told the driver was taken into custody. The post said the order was hot and ready and the suspect was caught and steady. It's unclear what the delivery driver was arrested for. I'm Chris Coraggio.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, our final hour underway here on a Tuesday morning. Get the new week off and running. All right, rest of the story. We briefly discussed somebody, I think Plowboy brought up, the fact that you can't even go to church without being worried about getting shot and killed these days. It was Sunday afternoon, and we get the rest of the story. Beverly Gumm, Gumm, Beverly Gumm and her daughter, Star Rutherford, were preparing lunch in the fellowship hall at the Richmond Road Baptist Church in Lexington, Kentucky, when a man opened the door and asked for one of Rutherford's sisters. They replied to the man that she wasn't there. Patches Rutherford tells the Herald Leader that Gumm's love language was feeding people, homeless people, drug addicts, strangers. Well, someone's going to have to die then, he replied. He then opened fire. 72-year-old Gumm was able to avoid the first shot, but the second shot hit her in the chest, killing her. The man then went outside and fatally shot another of Rutherford's sisters, Christina Combs, and wounded 2 men, Jerry Gumm, the church's longtime pastor, and the husband of Beverly Gumm, as well as Combs' husband, Randy Combs. Rutherford and 2 of her other sisters, Daisy Rutherford and Rachel Barnes, described the atrocity in a Sunday night interview. The 3 sisters identified the shooter as Guy House and said he was looking for the mother of his 3 children, another of their sisters. Police fatally shot the gunman. Coroner's office identified him as 47-year-old Guy House. He had a history of run-ins with law enforcement. He was actually wanted for wanton endangerment of a police officer, as well as vehicle theft, fleeing and evading, possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, and receiving stolen property. I believe yesterday, Monday, he was supposed to have a hearing for a domestic violence charge. Just prior to the shooting at the church, House had a run-in, shot and wounded a Kentucky State Trooper when he was pulled over near the airport, the Bluegrass Airport in Lexington. He fled the scene after shooting the officer, carjacked a vehicle, then drove to the church, which is about 16 miles away, where that all unfolded at the church. The trooper in stable condition and receiving medical treatment. So more or less kind of a domestic scenario that unfolds, as we said. So there you go, the rest of the story. All right, promise we get to Eagle here after the news break. Welcome back, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I want to go over some things that I talked about earlier on the deal. But first, before I get to that, before I get to the Russia, I want to go back to this Russia deal right quick before I get on to the subject of what I really want to talk about, the mayor of Los Angeles. Now, Steve, the deal with Vladimir. Okay, now I'm going to try to explain, put it to you another way. I thought about some things. Let's compare the president of Israel and Vladimir Putin. Let's take a look at these two people. Okay, I'm going to show you why I know why it's very obvious that Vladimir doesn't want peace. How many times has the president of Israel came to the U.S. and met with Donald Trump, shook his hand, trying to get a deal done? Just in the 6 months Trump's been in the White House, I don't lost track how many times the guys come to the U.S.
Yeah.
Now, let's go back to Vladimir Putin again. When has Vladimir Putin met with Donald Trump? When has Vladimir came and said that he wanted a peaceful deal with Ukraine with Trump, saying that have he made a trip to the White House? I don't think so, and he won't be making a trip to the White House because he doesn't want peace. It's just that simple. Steve Lazinski, this guy here, I can actually say that he wants peace. He came to the White House. You saw it. They had a falling out, but that was over some other things. But Lazinski has come to the White House and he's met Trump several other times trying to get peace. Vladimir is the missing piece to this puzzle. And to me, it's obvious the man doesn't want peace. He just wants that territory. And like some people say, if you give it to him, then he's only going to try to take more. I don't know if that's true. It might be true and it might not be true. But this guy here, that seems like that's what his ultimate goal is. And I have to see a little bit more from this guy to say that he actually wants a peaceful deal. And like I say, anybody, that just tells you what kind of man he is, Steve, before I get to the other subject. Anybody that would shoot a missile into an apartment complex with women and kids in it will tell you what kind of man. Any man that would shoot a missile into a school with young kids in it, killing 3 and 4 and 5-year-old kids, that tells you what type of man Vladimir is to do these type of things, shoot a missile into a school. That's all you need to know about this man when you say some of the hideous things this individual has done. Now, getting to the mayor of Los Angeles, Steve, this woman here is a disgrace. We can go all the way back to when they had the fires out there a couple of years ago. The debacle that was, and then we go to the other situation where they didn't even have no water to fight. You know, Gavin Newsom. These two, both of them are losers when it comes to the immigration deal. This woman is a total disaster. This mayor, I used to think that woman up there in Chicago, the one that they got rid of a couple of years ago, that she was the worst mayor in the history of the U.S. Well, I think she lost that record, Steve. This Bass woman is gone. She's she's number one on the list now. This has got to be the dumbest woman. Who voted for her? They ought to be ashamed of themselves. Anybody who voted for her. Did you hear the latest news with this idiot, Steve? Now she says that she wants to give money to illegal people because they can't go to work. Because a lot of illegals in California are scared to go to work,
right?
Because they don't know if the ICE units are going to come to the car wash or the taco stand or the fields that they working in. She actually wants to give money to people that are in the country illegally. That's a damn shame for this woman to be that stupid. And I think you already went over this, Steve. This Gavin Newsom, he's even more of a piece of garbage. That marijuana deal that they found out last week. People were saying, he should have been on TV credit, giving Donald Trump all kind of credit for shutting that place down. But you want to know why he didn't do that, Steve? It's because he has a vested interest. Have come to find out that Gavin Newsom is making money off of that marijuana field out there in California. That's why he wasn't concerned about them 10 kids that they found working out there in them fields. That's why Newsom was more mad at Trump for shutting it down than being mad about them kids that was child labor and no telling what else they were doing. These two people are a total disgrace to the state of California, Steve. Newsom and this Bass, they go real good together. They got two of them in the same place, so they got it even worse in California. They got two losers running the deal, and that's why California is a total disaster, and it'll be a total disaster. And anybody at this point that lives there, Steve, they're only bringing agony and pain on themselves. I've been telling you this for years. I used to live in California at one point. I've got the hell out of there. Anybody that's still there is doing it to themselves because it's very easy to get the hell out of California, and that's exactly what I would do before I live with either one of those guys as my leader. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Yeah, Eagle, 100% correct. Yeah, they've got the double dose of stupid for the poor people there in L.A. Governor Newsom, Mayor Karen Bass. I don't know. Elections have consequences. Someone said that once. Anybody going to pay attention next time elections roll around there in L.A.? What do you think?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Well, of course, it's only money. You might as well give it to somebody. In the state of Delaware, you're about to fork over more of your money in the form of toll increases. Yeah, along with new Department of Motor Vehicle fees. But you're helping to support infrastructure investment. An estimated $107 million will be generated in annual revenue through these increases, according to state officials. Delaware was among a group of states that sued the Department of Transportation in May, challenging the department's notice to withhold infrastructure funding. Toll increases begin August 15. They will vary upon location and your form of payment. Easy Pass holders will pay less on some toll roads. The increases on Interstate 95, the Newark Toll Plaza, Straight Route 1, and U.S. Highway 301 ranging from 50 cents to as much as $3 depending on the number of axles. Wide load permit vehicles will pay more starting in August as well. Starting October 1st, alternative fuel vehicle registration fees will be assessed by the Department of Motor Vehicles. This fee was not previously collected. The highest amount charged in Delaware will be $900 for electric or other fuel-type vehicles in excess of 26,000 pounds. Trucks. These fees apply to more than 48,000 vehicles registered in the state of Delaware. Of course, CDL holders can also expect increases. CDL endorsements, restriction removals, renewals, new issuance, and transfers are all going to cost more. Like I said, it's only money. What the hey? Plowboy, back on board. Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Well, good morning. Thanks for having me back, sir. Hey, thinking about DOT and all that, I just seen something here a little bit ago. We were talking about, I think it started June the 23rd, 5th, somewhere in there, Monday, like normal, when everything is supposed to be going through your FMCSA, then back to the state with your DOT physical. Apparently, I think it was kind of like me and Horsebetter was kind of alluding to. Carry your paperwork because I guess 36 or 38 states are not in line with this garbage quite yet. It just came out a little bit ago.
Yeah, correct.
In case you
had to know that was going to be the case. They've only had, 10 years to get it all up and running, right? And of course they can't.
Oh, my God. You're right about that, brother. Well, Kind of like this damn star on your damn driver's license. Hell, there's still some states not online with that garbage shit, but I'm lucky I got mine, so yeah. I don't know whether you caught this story, but last night you were talking about something kind of really scary in a way. One reason why my feet will never get off the ground again. See? Never, ever off the ground till I die. That Air India, I'm thinking it was. You were talking about the fuel switches?
Yeah.
I just seen something that came out a little bit ago. Not very, don't sound all that good. Sound like he was having mental health issues, sir.
Does that surprise you? That or so maybe he was suicidal. Suicidal co-pilot?
Yeah, and had to die in a. Well, I hope, if that's the truth, I hope he's roasting in hell. Really, I do. Kill that many people on that thing. Yeah, it is really, Steve. I don't know. It's crazy. But I will have to say this. And worst thing about it, we're going to see before the next 10 years, if we're all still around. They'll going to end up pushing anybody that's got a federal mandated license like we do to go through mental health checkups. Because you're seeing the police force and all that type, we're going to be next. Especially if something like this would come to fruition. Now, I disagree with you. Yellow tomatoes are the best. Because if you get the problem like I do is in the older age, that acid reflux and yellow tomatoes is the best because they are the lowest in the acid. Only problem, I wish yellow tomatoes were made into ketchup, but there's not that many yellow tomatoes. But that caller from Texas didn't say anything about what was found in Alcatraz, alligator Alcatraz down there. I heard. I guess him and Jasmine Crockett had a good time down in there. But because I was looking really to see whether he had his new idea about that and whether they were going to stay down there and see whether it got any better or any worse. Hell, they're not legally here. They're not legally here, so I don't give a rat's ass, and I don't give a rat's ass what any of them illegals have done to them. Because, and any of these dodos that stand up for them, and by the way, I just heard something on your news break. There's sheriffs and all them out there are being told now not to work with ICE and whatever.
Yeah, that's like in L.A. Yeah, that's Karen Bass is doubling down on trying to tell law enforcement to not cooperate with ICE.
That bitch has never taken the oath, I guess. If she has, we're damn sure it doesn't resonate between her ears. Because defend against enemies most foreign and domestic, and they are not our friends. And especially when they got a rap sheet, as long as you are tall, Steve.
Yeah.
There was being posted on Fox News this morning. How and yeah, I'm better. But no, I just. Now we're going to start paying them because they got to stay at the house because they're too damn scared. Hey, next damn time we have our 72-hour inspections, and we get paid to park and stay at the house.
Yeah, right.
That's the question.
Yes, safe driver week, right? Yeah, I noticed. Unlike your 72-hour road check, where many drivers do kind of take a 3-day weekend in the middle of the week. I don't know anyone that ever mentions, Operation Safe Driver Week, which is very similar to the 72-hour road check, but nobody seems to care about Operation Safe Driver Week. Let me see. You mentioned ICE, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement there. Pappy shared a couple. I had kind of missed that because I guess it came down over the weekend where President Trump shared a post. He said, "On my way back from Texas, watched in disbelief as thugs were violently throwing rocks and bricks at ICE officers while they were moving down a roadway in their car and our official vehicle. tremendous damage done to these brand new vehicles. I know for a fact these officers are having a hard time allowing this to happen, and that it shows total disrespect for law and order. Therefore, I am directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kirsty Noem and Border Czar Tom Homan to instruct all ICE, Homeland Security, or any other law enforcement officer who is in the receiving end of thrown rocks, bricks, or any other form of assault to stop their car and arrest these slime balls using whatever means is necessary to do so. I am giving total authorization for ICE to protect itself, just like they protect the public. I never want to see a car carrying a law enforcement officer attacked again. In all capital letters, authorization immediately granted for arrest and incarceration. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump will be placing a 100% tariff on Russia if there is no peace deal soon in Ukraine.
We're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days.
Trump also announced a new deal to sell off top-of-the-line weaponry to NATO, including defensive Patriot missiles intended for distribution in Ukraine. A Texas congressman is planning to introduce a resolution demanding files be released in the case involving convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Democrat Mark Vesey wrote on X, either President Trump and his acolytes fueled the rumors of the significance of these Epstein files to help his campaign, or something is there. Vesey's resolution comes after the Justice Department released a memo last week concluding Epstein did not keep a client list. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low
sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Happy Taco Tuesday, says Truckin' Phil. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Oh, and the great Knuckle Buster. Continued prayers. Hey, we start off 65, 88 the high. Fort Wayne, 59 to 89 in Newaygo, Michigan. Everybody have a great day. And Semper Fi. From Truckin' Phil. And good morning, Nick. How the heck are you?
Hey, good morning, Steve. We're doing all right. I wanted to mention the auto pen thing is going to really explode the next couple of weeks. And Trump has a plan, so it's going to get very exciting. But the other thing I wanted to mention, Blind Man was talking about the station in Baltimore. If people would call, it's their number there is 410-580-6800, and request that they pick your show up. And safety in numbers, if we can lobby and get that in there, it may move them to that decision.
It's worth a shot.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. But there's all kinds of ways to get the show. And I wanted to let you know that you're also on there. There's a site called FM Stream, which is a free site that has all these streams of stations and stuff. And your live stream is listed there, and that's how we found the link, and I sent that out to everybody. So
very good.
All kinds of ways to get your show. So,
hey, well, Nick, thank you very much. And as far as the auto pen thing, are you hearing? Are they kind of pinpointing who was actually running the show? Was it Jill, or was it some of the the others in the White House?
It was a guy. They mentioned I forget the guy's name now. It was a man. It was Trump's assistant. Not Trump. Biden's assistant. And it seems as though, from what I saw from Fox, I think it was Fox News I saw earlier, the only pardon that Biden signed himself was the one for his son.
Yes.
Everything else was
auto pen.
Was the auto pen. And then Biden, in that interview with the New York Times, said, well, there were a lot of pardons. It was like thousands, and in other words, he was trying to say, well, we couldn't do it all.
Mm-hmm.
And so those pardons may not be legal, which means that the J6 committee is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, or Dr.
As well as Adam
Fauci
Schiff.
And Adam Schiff, yeah. Dr. Fauci, we'll see where it goes. Yeah, New York Times, I hadn't even touched on that, but Joe, former President Biden, actually admitted to the New York Times he did not individually sign off on each of the pardons issued via the auto pen. And there were batches of criminals right at the end of his term. Supposedly, he just delineated criteria to the staff. Like anyone that fits into to this window or criteria, give him a pardon. In the final months of his term, he issued 4 large sets of pardons, 3 of which were categorically clemency actions covering large swaths of people. Now, supposedly, according to the New York Times, again, Biden approved standards to give out categorical pardons to criminals, but staff ultimately ran a final list of names that supposedly met the criteria, and they ran it through the auto pen. Though it had been revised after Biden delineated the requirements. He did not individually approve each name for the categorical pardons. Rather, after extensive discussions about different possible criteria, he signed off apparently on a list of standards he wanted to be used to determine which convicts would qualify for a reduction in sentence. Do you think that he actually put those criteria together? Somebody presented that to him, and he, okay, go ahead. Whatever, that's fine. Even after Mr. Biden made that decision, one former aide said the Bureau of Prisons kept providing additional information about specific inmates, resulting in, small changes to the list rather than ask Mr. Biden to keep signing revised versions. His staff waited, then ran the final version through the auto pen. They thought it was a routine procedure. The Times noted that then White House Staff Secretary Stephanie Feldman was in charge of the auto pen. The emails indicate that Biden would say what the criteria were for the batches of pardons via meetings with top advisors, including Chief of Staff Jeffrey Zients and White House counsel Ed Siskel. They would then relay Biden's wishes, supposedly, to their assistants. The assistants would reportedly craft accounts that would be reviewed by senior advisors like Zients and Siskel and make their way to Feldman, who wanted written documentation of Biden's instructions. In one instance, on January 19, the day before Biden left office, emails show that Zients personally gave his own sign-off on a last-minute draft summary minutes after receiving an email seeking its approval. Mr. Zients hit reply all and wrote, "I approve the use of the auto pen for the execution of all the following pardons." All those revelations as questions continue to mount about Joe's cognitive ability, as well as the legitimacy of the pardons themselves, signed via the auto pen. All right. Well, there he is. Welcome back, Semper Fi.
Semper Fi to you too, Mr. Steve Tumbers, and Truck and Field there. Truck them safe today, brother. Yeah, I'd read it was Joe Biden's chief of staff that was in charge of all that. So I don't know. They're going to there's lawyers that are smarter than me to figure out whether it was legal or not there, right?
Mm-hmm.
As far as wind and solar and coal powered, I'm for all of it. We got to have a little bit of all of it. It just can't all be one way, right? If we went straight to just wind power, then we wouldn't have enough electricity to produce enough for our needs there. So
Right. Correct.
I'm for all of it, a little bit of all of it. So, well, it's been a great day. It's a totally terrific Tuesday again. Well, not really. But anyway, they still ain't even got a Tennessee death certificate to us. We can't even get our ashes back until they give us a death certificate. I don't know. Well, hell with all that. They'll eventually get it down there. Come on, state of Mississippi, get your head out of your ass. Y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388. Buy some Hot Shot Secret product, some Bill product, some Overnight Drive product. Let's keep this thing rolling down the road. And Steve, you know what happens when a woman flashes you her hooters?
Oh, I don't know. Could be several things. What?
Well, you got to be real careful. It's a booby trap. That's that's all my bull on it for this morning. Hey, it's been a great day, brother.
All right. Thank you much, Knuckle Buster. Have a good morning. That is you're right. It's a trap. Don't fall for it. It'll cost you. Boy, it'll cost you more than you could imagine. Hey, SpaceX launching a mystery satellite to geostationary orbit from the Florida Space Coast this past Sunday morning via a Falcon 9 rocket. A little after 1 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time. The company did not identify the payload, though it's believed to be an Israeli communication satellite called Dror-1, D-R-O-R-1, a geostationary communication satellite built and developed by Israel Aerospace Industries, intended to meet the satellite communication needs of Israel for the next 15 years, comprised primarily of local Israeli technologies developed by IAI, including an advanced digital communications payload, smartphone in space capabilities to provide communication agility throughout the satellite's lifetime. What is geostationary orbit? That lies 22,236 miles above Earth. At this altitude, orbital speed matches the planet's rotational speed. So a craft in this path essentially hover over the same patch of Earth continuously. The Falcon 9's first stage came back to Earth as planned Sunday, touching down about 8.5 minutes after liftoff. Let's see. Stationed in the Atlantic Ocean this time. This was the 13th launch and landing of this particular booster. According to the SpaceX mission description, they did not give an estimated time for the deployment of the commercial satellite, but all right, get a final time out here. Looks like Vic had some final comments here on the worldwide refugee problem that's actually maybe causing wars. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, headed down the home stretch here. 15th day of July. All right, welcome back, Vic. Thanks for dialing us up.
Yeah, okay. I was listening to all the conversation there, and I don't know if you pay much attention to the worldwide refugee problem, but we're not the only country that has a refugee problem or illegal immigration problem. It's all over the place. And even that deal in Ukraine, before Russia invaded Ukraine, there had been a civil war going on there between the Russians and the Ukrainians in the Donbass there. So that also plays a part in that war. And you remember Syria, that they had all that war, and a lot of those refugees wound up going to Turkey, and it destabilized them, and now Syria is flaring up again, some sort of ethnic violence there. And that's kind of putting a strain on Turkey, which is a NATO ally. And you can just look at all this, and it just keeps going on and on and on. And we're supposed to have a United Nations refugee agency or something. I don't know what it is. They have refugee camps all over the world, but they're not really bringing much peace to the different countries. I don't know what's caused all this ethnic violence or all this migration, I guess you would call it. I don't know if, China's our favorite whipping boy right now. I don't know if they have a hand in all this or whatever. But until they can get a handle on these refugees all over the place, you're just going to have more and more conflicts. So that was the point that I was mentioning. And you were talking real quick. You were talking about tomatoes. Ripley, Tennessee their tomatoes were advertised all over the place, and that used to be known for very good tomatoes. And before Campbell Soup Company had their problem, they used to raise a lot of tomatoes. in an aquifer there off the ocean there, and that's what gave a lot of those tomatoes a real good taste. So, how we started getting everything from Mexico, I don't know, but I do know that in China they have the Uyghur Muslims and the Falun Gong people that they don't like. They have them actually tending a lot of tomatoes and everything, then they liquefy it, and a lot of your tomato products in the United States actually come from tomato paste from China. So I'll just let you go with that there, Steve.
All right. Thank you very much, Vic. Have a great day. Thank you for the insight. Plowboy brought that up. I had that before me. Hadn't got to it yet, but it's not a surprise to me. Anytime you have government trying to get some sort of a website operational, you take your pick. It matters not who's in charge. Seems like they have all 7 kinds of difficulties getting these things up and running. And the latest is the new digital medical card process for the CDL drivers. They've already had to issue a temporary waiver. This past day, Monday, the agency granted a waiver allowing interstate commercial driver's license holders, commercial learner's permit holders, and motor carriers to continue to rely on paper copies of the medical examiner's certificates as proof of a driver's medical certification for up to 15 days after the date the medical examiner's certificate is issued. The new program was supposed to be once you go to the doc, you don't need a paper certificate. It's all being done digitally now, right? No, get the paper copy, keep it in your glove box in case. This waiver is in effect until October 12th. The copy of the waiver, they say, is available on the FMCSA's website. The new rules went into effect June 23rd. It's all the electronic transmission of CDL medical exams. The final rule was supposed to facilitate the electronic transmission of results from your commercial driver medical examinations to the FMCSA's National Registry of Certified Medical Examiners to the state driver's licensing agencies. They're then supposed to post that information on the commercial driver's license information system, the driver motor vehicle record. Sounds, if you think it sounds complicated, obviously they're having trouble getting it done. Some drivers are facing delays as certified medical examiners and state driver's licensing agencies move away from the paper-based process. The FMCSA, we have determined it is in the public interest to issue a waiver so a driver with valid medical certification and or their employers are not negatively impacted for any sort of delay that's outside of their control. I mean, you went to the doctor, you got the green flag, you're good to go. They're supposed to that within 24 hours of your passing the examination. Lo and behold, several weeks later, you get pulled in for an inspection, and they say, pull up your information, say, well, you are not medically certified. The FMCSA recommended to certified medical examiners, in addition to submitting examination results electronically, that they continue to give those paper medical examiner certificates during this period, and now till October, unless that changes. And I wouldn't be surprised if it did. Well, we need several more months. They also issued guidance with recommendations for medical examiners, drivers, and motor carriers on procedures for drivers licensed in the states that have not yet implemented the NRII. That's all available, they tell us, on the FMCSA's website. All right, final footnote, we continue to see these stories via, fake news, saying that these detainees being held at alligator Alcatraz. They're starving. They're getting one meal a day. You know, we saw last week, one meal with maggots. Response from Immigration and Customs Enforcement this past day says, in all bold print, fake news. Any claim that there's a lack of food or subprime conditions at ICE detention centers are false. All detainees provided with proper meals, medical treatment, and opportunities to communicate with their family members and lawyers. End of story. And that's the end of a Tuesday morning Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,